Order, please. We'll begin with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. The Honourable Member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, as the Chair of the Private and Local Bills, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and discussed the following bill. Bill number 205, an act to amend Chapter 29 of the Acts of 2014, the St. Francis Xavier University Act. The committee recommends the bill to the favourable consideration to the House without amendments.
Order that this bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. The Honourable Member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Health, I am pleased to submit the annual report of the committee for the period of September 2021 to August 2022.
The report is tabled. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I will rise on a point of order. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank rose on a point of order regarding a question I had asked on October the 19th and indicated that a document wasn't tabled and, in fact, the document doesn't exist. Mr. Speaker, although I didn't quote directly from that document, I have it here today, and I'll read an excerpt from it. Premier's office violated access law twice. Tricia Ralph released 2 reports last Friday, and each she found the Premier's office violated.
Order, please. Order, please. That's not really a point of order, but if the member would like to table that, that's all that is required at this point. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
I would like to table the document, Mr. Speaker, but I'd also like to ask the member for Waverley Fall River to apologize to this House as the Minister of Advanced Education for not doing his homework and indicating a story was manufactured. Thank you very much.
So with that report being tabled, we'll continue on. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I read this in my capacity as Minister of Labour Relations. Whereas the government is committed to fair and respective collective bargaining, and whereas support workers in the education sector play a critical role in our public education system, and whereas the government is committed to engaging with labour differently, and collective bargaining is the best place for solutions to present themselves, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House endorse a process that will lead to wage parity across the education entities.
Government notices of motion. Introduction of bills. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. I'm sorry, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to make public information respecting the need of family practice registry.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to make public information respecting the need of a family practice registry.
Bill 233, an act to make public information respecting the need of family practice registry.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill titled An Act to Amend Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act.
Bill 234, an act to amend Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act.
Order the bill be read a second time at a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the Colchester Hospital Auxiliary on their remarkable 100 years of service to our community. Colchester Hospital Auxiliary is a fundamental organization to the town of Truro, Millbrook First Nation, and the county of Colchester as a whole. Through their tireless efforts, they provide patient care and comforts, as well as the inspirational financial commitment for the benefit of patients and staff of the Colchester East Hants Health Centre. Mr. Speaker, this 100-year milestone is a direct reflection of the passionate work and dedication of our incredible volunteers. I know this personally, as my grandmother Mary Ritzy and my mother Betty Ritzy were valued members of this community organization for many years. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank these dedicated volunteers on their unwavering support for our community and congratulate the Colchester Hospital Auxiliary again on their 100 years in operation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Oh, no, not yet. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise on a sad occasion to recognize the life of a lifelong friend of mine, Purvey Power. Purvey was a kind soul. He'd give you the shirt off his back, and he was always there in time of need for everyone else. He's a longtime member of Branch 8 Legion and served as a member of the Cape Breton Highlanders and a member of Local 92 Labourers Union for many years. Mr. Speaker, addiction and mental health is a serious problem in Nova Scotia. Many people don't have the access to the help that they need in order to overcome these demons. And I wouldn't want Purvey to pass in vain, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask all of us in the House to please remember Purvey, and please let's do better for mental health and addictions in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The two members for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to introduce my daughter, Isla Quinn, and my long-suffering partner, Matthew, and our daughter, Rory, who are in the gallery. Mr. Speaker, on July 12, 2022, Rory Christine became a big sister when Isla Quinn came into the world. On July 13th, Rory turned 3, Mr. Speaker. Their dad and I are incredibly lucky and grateful for these two beautiful children who are fierce, strong, and a wee bit stubborn, Mr. Speaker, but I don't know where they get that from. And they are incredibly kind. I ask all members to please welcome them to the House.
Indeed, welcome to everyone. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of Isla in the House from now on. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church is an important part of the fabric of Pictou and surrounding area. On October 30th, the congregation of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church will be celebrating the 200th anniversary of its inception with a special worship service. This special worship service will have guest speaker Reverend Dr. Glenn Matheson, as well as special music and guests. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating the congregation of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church on their 200th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais profiter de cette occasion pour rendre hommage aux vétérans de la force policière de la Gendarmerie royale du Canada, Dan Nadeau, qui est décédé soudainement le 16 août dernier. Né à Edmundston et adopté par la communauté acadienne de Clare lors de sa postulation dans les années 1990, Dan était un entraîneur sportif pour plusieurs générations d'athlètes dans la communauté. Une source d'inspiration pour plusieurs comme entraîneur d'équipe de volleyball, golf et de tir de cible, le cœur de Dan était toujours ouvert à aider quelqu'un laisser sa marque dans plusieurs générations d'athlètes. Monsieur le Président, je demande à tous les membres de se joindre à moi pour adresser nos sincères condoléances à la famille, amis et à la communauté sportive de Dan Nadeau. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police veteran Dan Nadeau, who passed away suddenly on August 16th. Born in Edmundston and adopted by the Acadian community of Clare, where he was posted in the 1990s. Dan was a sports coach for several generations of athletes in the community, an inspiration to many as a coach of volleyball, golf, and target shooting teams. Dan's heart was always open to helping someone, and he leaves his mark on many generations of athletes. Mr. President, I ask that all members join me in extending our sincere condolences to Dan Nadeau's family, friends, and his sporting community. Merci.
The honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to acknowledge Joan Clannon, who was Richmond County's Volunteer of the Month for July. Joan is one of the key individuals who operates the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 150. She is actively involved in their delicious monthly breakfasts and fish Fridays. She also contributes to the banner program for the veterans that gets displayed on Remembrance Day. Joan is also an active member of the Ilmadam Historical Society, the Petit de Gras Beautification Society, and is treasurer for the Paid Forward Angel Fund. Many residents of Richmond County have benefited from her dedication to the area. Please join me in a round of applause for Joan Clannon for all her good work in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Reverend Cheryl Rayfuse of Whites Lake. The Reverend Cheryl Rayfuse is a deacon with St. Timothy's Anglican Church in Hatchet Lake and St. Paul's Anglican Church in Terrence Bay. In addition to her ministerial duties, Reverend Cheryl is a warm and caring person who goes out of her way to serve the people of her community. As a longtime volunteer with the Prospect Food Share program, Reverend Cheryl worked tirelessly to provide food for those in the community who were experiencing food insecurities, especially during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Reverend Cheryl spreads joy wherever she goes. With her kind heart and warm smile, she gives freely of her time and talents to everyone in need. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking Cheryl for her generosity and compassion to help and support others in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Speaker, I rise today to stand in solidarity with school support workers at the Annapolis Valley Regional Centre for Education and the South Shore Regional Centre for Education. The NSGEU members in Locals 70 and 73 are on strike. These school support workers play a vital role in keeping students engaged and learning. Mr. Speaker, these workers are asking for a modest wage increase that will help bring the lowest paid worker closer to a living wage, and they are being asked to be treated like other support workers in the province. People doing the same work should be paid the same amount today, no matter where they live or work. Students deserve the best support possible around this province, and support workers should be paid a consistent wage in every regional centre. We are one province, and every child, no matter where they live, is entitled to the help they need to achieve in school. No one should be denied because of staff shortages due to low and inconsistent wages. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats thank school support workers for the commitment and dedication to our students, and I ask all members of this House to join us in standing in solidarity with their cause to be treated fairly and equitably.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, more than 160 entries were registered for the second annual Aylesford Car Show on September 10th, as our little village hosted many participants and guests from all throughout the region. It was great to see the support given to the St. Mary's Home and School Association and other local groups who had a chance to raise some needed funds throughout the afternoon. I want to thank all who organized the day and all the volunteers who made it a success. I would also like to give special acknowledgement to Ricky Balser and his Village Commission for being the driving force behind the event. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating the Village of Aylesford for hosting another great community event in the constituency of Kings West. It was another great example of the community spirit of Aylesford, whose motto is a community with pride. Mr. Speaker, I truly am proud of the village my family calls home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place to wish a happy 80th birthday to someone that would be very familiar to many people in this House, Manning MacDonald, the former MLA for Sydney, Cape Breton South. I think he served a 20-year career here in the legislature and also served 15 years as mayor of the former city of Sydney before his time as MLA. So Manning probably has one of the most successful careers in recent history with the province of Nova Scotia. But Manning has done a lot for the community in Sydney. If you look at the construction of Centre 200, you look at the construction of the boardwalk, much of his work is still talked about and celebrated to this day. So as the MLA and a guy who was in his teenage years, who joined his executive way back when, I rise in my place to wish Manning MacDonald a happy 80th birthday and thank him for all the support that he provided, not only to the community, but to a kid starting out in politics.
And indeed, we wish our former colleague a very happy birthday as well. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, right now, some school support workers in the Annapolis Valley Regional Center of Education would make more money working in fast food than they are supporting children within our public school system. These workers are simply asking for reasonable wage increases that would see the lowest paid workers be brought up to close to a living wage. There are also discrepancies in their pay. Depending on where in the province they're working, people should be paid the same wage for doing the same work, no matter where they live. We need to support our school support workers so they can help strengthen and improve our public education system. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge all members of this House, I urge you to return to the bargaining table and present these workers with a fair offer of improved wages that will ensure that they want to continue to work in this sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the Porters Lake and Shore Community Recreation Centre. The Centre has been providing a safe and fun environment for children and youth in summer camps for 11 years and is committed to providing inclusive camps that respect the needs of all children. These inclusive camps would not be possible without the commitment and energy of the young men and women from the community who spend their summer working with children from diverse communities. I ask that all members of this Assembly join me in thanking youth leaders Star Newcomb, Shaylin Penny, Jackson Murphy, and Carly Turner for their commitment to recreation, inclusion, and community building on the Eastern Shore. I would also like to wish them all the best as they advance to their post-secondary education and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West on an introduction.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make the introduction. We have three amazing young men in the House with us, and I'll be calling their name, and I'd ask them to stand up. They were the best canvassing leads. I had four. Unfortunately, one of them couldn't make it today because he's writing his midterm exam. But I will be starting with Dylan Bennett. Dylan is doing his master's in Masters of Arts in Political Science, and he's writing his thesis on municipal indigenous relationships. So that's one. And the second one is Michaela DiQuinzio. No, stay standing up if you don't mind. Michaela DiQuinzio, and Michaela is doing his second year commerce at Dalhousie, and they're both helping me in my office. One is helping me with social media, and the other one with my initiatives. And the last person we have Nicholas Habib, and Nicholas was an amazing character, and I'll be reading the member statement, all of them, and you'll get to know them better. So I ask the House to welcome those amazing young men.
Indeed, we welcome all visitors to the legislature and hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you. The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize four young men that helped me with my election in my election campaign in 2021. Dylan Bennett, Michaela DiQuinzio, Matthew Seman, and Nicholas Habib. They knocked on doors with me, pounded signs, and talked to an overwhelming number of residents in Clayton Park West. They truly made canvassing fun for so many youth. They attracted and trained the most multicultural canvassing team in Nova Scotia. I believe the team had canvassers who spoke 10 different languages. Mr. Speaker, their hard work and dedication is commendable, and it's thrilling to see young people like them excited and involved in politics. I truly believe that engaging young people, and especially newcomers, is good for democracy in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the House join me in recognizing these outstanding young men for their incredible work ethics, and very handsome men too.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chiboucto.
Mr. Speaker, today will conclude a full week of the CUPE strike at Dal, where the members of Local 3912 are taking a stand for living wages for Dalhousie's 1,500 teaching assistants, markers, demonstrators, and part-time teachers. The strike is about wage fairness, as well it might be. Teaching assistants at Dal are paid $24.47 an hour. By comparison, TAs at Concordia and Montreal make $29 an hour. TAs at U of T make $44 an hour. At Western and London, teaching assistants are paid $48.12. Halifax is every bit as expensive to live in as any of these cities. And if academic workers in Nova Scotia are not simply to be exploited by their employer, they need to receive, in the words of the strike slogan, living wages for living here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite my fellow MLAs and Nova Scotians to help celebrate Acadian Maple's new Glen Evan Maple Whiskey. This partnership with Guysborough's Glen Evans Whiskey Company is an exciting new endeavor for both local companies. The launch had taken place this past Saturday afternoon at the retail shop and cafe in Upper Tantallon. They were offering tastings, maple syrup, taffy on snow, and live music from Stonehouse. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish Acadian Maple all the success on the launch of their new whiskey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, October 23rd, the Canadian-Lebanon Society of Halifax planted a cedar tree in commemoration of Honorary Consul Mr. Wadia Ferris and his 25th anniversary in the position. The ceremony held at Sir Sanford Fleming Park was just the most recent celebration recognizing the accomplishments of Mr. Ferris. The Order of Canada recipient earlier this month was also awarded the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Award, and in June, he was awarded the highest honor possible for a civilian by the Lebanese government, the Order of Merit. Mr. Ferris is a leader in his community. He's a leader in Halifax, a leader in our province, and I ask this House to join me in honoring him and celebrating him in this House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, renters have a choice when faced with an eviction. Stay and fight through a slow and official but uncertain process, or look immediately for safe shelter. Without legal help or extended policy knowledge, these situations can be extremely difficult and intimidating to resolve. Stacey Gomez is a constituent of mine who recently fought against being rent-evicted from her Halifax apartment and won. Despite representing herself against a prominent property owner and facing personal threats, Stacey's resolve, research, will, and advocacy won her residential tenancies case. She was in the midst of fight number 2 and headed to small claims court to get the settlement from her landlord. Yesterday, she received notice that her home will be condemned due to neglect by her landlord. Mr. Speaker, I ask my fellow members to join me in recognizing Stacey's hard work in Nova Scotia tenants' rights, for her strong resolve in getting a favorable result for her hearing, and for continuing her fight to see that this case sets a precedent for all Nova Scotian renters.
The honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On August 24th, people gathered at Queen's Place Emera Centre in Liverpool for the unveiling of the Queens County Olympic Wall. This wall serves as a tribute of honour to the past, present, and future Queens County constituents who have participated as athletes, coaches, and officials at World Olympic and World Special Olympic Games. The 7 initial honorees were in attendance, and they are Owen Hamlin, Jamie Belong, Betty Ann Dory, Alexander Schenkel, Jenna Martins-Evans, Bed Terrio, and Sarah Mitten. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to please join me in applauding the team that took the initiative to make this idea a reality and in congratulating those honored by the impressive Queens County Olympic Wall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each year, Junior Achievement of Nova Scotia and the Business Hall of Fame honor those Nova Scotians who inspire the business community and future business leaders with a record of unparalleled lifetime achievement, laureates who exemplify growth, courage, success, and leadership. Candidates are nominated by community members and must demonstrate they've been recognized by the profession or business as having made an outstanding contribution to the success of a business or profession, demonstrated during their business career, entrepreneurial spirit, and a record of outstanding entrepreneurial achievements, and demonstrated effective leadership and be considered a role model for future entrepreneurs, business leaders, and others in business. So I'm delighted that Bedford resident Rustum Southwell is one of this year's honorees. Mr. Southwell was one of the first Black franchisees in Canada. He founded the longest-serving Black business development organization in our country, the Black Business Initiative, and he served as BBI's first CEO for 17 years, and I'm delighted for Rustum that he will be honored in this way at a dinner on November 3rd. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, in mid-October, Coach Bridget Stevens and 3 Tribal Boxing Club boxers traveled from Mi'kma'ki to Ireland for the Esker All-Female Box Cup, one of the largest competitions for female boxers in the world. Boxers Holly McDonald, Natil Batiste, and Vanity Thompson represented the North End Dartmouth Club, competing alongside over 300 boxers from 14 different countries. This was the first Esker Cup after a 2-year hiatus. Excitingly, Vanity Thompson, a VON licensed practical nurse by day, brought home the Best Novice Fighter of the Year award to Dartmouth North. I am in awe of the dedication, tenacity, and athleticism these boxers have demonstrated. I ask the House to join me in extending congratulations to Holly, Natil, and Vanity, and Coach Bridget on representing Dartmouth so well on an international stage, and to Vanity for being recognized as one of the best in the world. They all continue to do Dartmouth North and Nova Scotia proud.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to thank Sheila Christie in her service to the people in the town of Amherst through the Amherst Town Council. Sheila has resigned her position with the town of Amherst effective October 31st. She has served 6 years on town council and 5 as deputy mayor. Her leadership and experience led to the organization of the town's first poverty reduction committee. As well, she was part of the Fresh Start Community Initiative, which provides funding for organizations who bring creative, new events or initiatives to the community or enhance current programs. Sheila was part of many boards and committees, volunteering her time and energy into bettering our community. Sheila and I have worked together on important issues, often behind the scenes. We both see that much change is needed in the area of domestic abuse and in all levels of politics, including removing abusive and harassment, in-person and online bullying with women in politics. Please join me today in thanking Sheila for her service to the town of Amherst, and we wish her best in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Team Nova Scotia Under-15 boys hockey team on their first place finish in the Atlantic Challenge Cup. No easy task, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to Cole Bent, Max Brockhorst, Aaron Chip, Will Cole, Brody Dawson, Schaefer Gibbs, Max Hanley, Jacob Hartland, Joshua Henry, Ian Levitt, Ryder McQueen, Aidan O'Donnell, Owen O'Donnell, Dawson Peveril, Jordan Rittenberg, Will Shearer, Jesse Sinclair, Gavin Suds, Swift Dawson, Logan Trewin, and Daniel Walters. We're also very proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the incredible life of Dartmouth South resident Marlene Moose Stanton, who passed away recently after a brief illness. Marlene arrived in Canada from England by ship, chased by a German U-boat, and her life in Canada was remarkable. She was a soloist with the Ottawa Ballet Company, a model, a folk and tap dancer, a rug hooker, a traveler, a jazz fan, and a journalist. As a writer, investigative reporter, documentary writer and producer, and assignment editor with the CBC and PEI. She also published her first novel in 2019. Marlene was committed to democratic socialism and the NDP and volunteered her time on many campaigns, including 2 of mine. She lived all over Canada, but we were lucky that she ended up here in Dartmouth, where as recently as this summer, she could regularly be found folk dancing on the waterfront. Marlene's thoughtful wit will be deeply missed by her family and friends, including those of the Dartmouth South EDA, where she was a treasured volunteer. Please join me in marking the life of Marlene Stanton.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring an recognition to Debbie Reimer of Canning for 28 years of service and dedication to the Kids Action Program of Kings County. Debbie has held numerous positions of leadership in her community, such as Executive Director of the Kids Action Program, Executive Director of Apple Tree Landing Family Education Centre, and Executive Member of the Nova Scotian Association of Social Workers. Debbie has been a teacher and educator of many aspects of family life, including parenting, family literacy, and positive relationship building. She's been an advocate and a spokesperson for many who often have no voice of their own, and she has been a proponent for social justice in her community for the most vulnerable. Please join me today to recognize Debbie Reimer for her dedication and service to the Kids Action Program of Kings County. Thank you.
The honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the great work of Executive Director A.J. Simmons and his team at the Mulgrave Park Caring and Learning Centre. This work is strengthened by the fabric of our communities, and it's no easy task. It requires leadership, innovation, and courage and trust, just like our young entrepreneurs do on many occasions, and they are our future leaders. I'd just like to recognize this past September that the Centre organized a day for kids to prepare them and support them to go back to school. It was through the friendships and relationships that AJ has built that he was able to offer free haircuts, free clothing, and a day of snacks, all provided by the barber, Marvin, I'd say, and Go-Getter Boutique, Tierra, and snacks provided by Chef Pop, and also more clothing by Trev Clothing Products. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize AJ, Tierra, Trevor, Demetrius, Marvin, and it is because of you and your kindness and dedication to community, we will all be better for it. So thank you so much. Big shout out to my son, AJ Simmons from Mom. Love you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish a dear friend and colleague, the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, a happy, blessed birthday. So I'm going to, hopefully I don't say her name over and over again. The member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, is an amazing MLA who cares for her constituency of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer. She is a strong advocate for the labour movement and is no stranger to a bullhorn. The member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, her passion is seen here in this House on numerous occasions and has been a force to be reckoned with. I will say this member is a mom of 2 beautiful, beautiful, beautiful strong girls, as we had seen earlier, Rory and Isla, and they are so blessed to have her as their mom, which is why I'd like all members of this House to join me in wishing my dear friend, member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, the MLA, the happiest of birthdays. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South. The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge former YMCA fitness supervisor Jimmy Ward on his new position as Municipal Physical Activity Leader in Oxford. Jimmy notes there are folks doing interesting activities in town, including hula hoop lessons, Zumba classes, and more. With the coming winter season, there are many new plans for the renovated Oxford Lions Arena, including hockey, skating, ringette, and curling. Jimmy is also interested in enhancing awareness of the access to our local trail system, which could include signage, maps, group activities, and more. Jimmy is reaching out to the community members now, looking for new ideas and volunteers who can help out with their activity needs and put them into action. Ward plans to survey the community members as well to gauge their wants and needs. Mr. Speaker, I ask you to join me in congratulating Jimmy Ward on his new position and wish him success as he works with the community to enhance the level of fitness programs in Oxford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have previously spoken in this House about the tremendous work of the Wolfville Farmers Market to showcase homegrown products from our province, as well as incubate new vendors. Part of their success lies in having established vendors who understand the challenges of bringing local food to our tables and who pass this knowledge on. Today, I want to recognize two of those vendors who have recently announced their retirement from the Wolfville Farmers Market, Eric and Sandra Publicover from the Fish Store in Gold River. These vendors have been steady and reliable vendors at the market, requiring painfully early Saturday morning departures from their home to serve their customers in Wolfville. It will be quite an adjustment to shop at the market without seeing them. I ask all members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in extending a heartfelt thank you to Eric and Sandra Publicover for their contribution to making the Wolfville Farmers Market the success that it is, and for their contribution to our province's important food production sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 5 Canadians lives with dyslexia, and more still live with some kind of language-based learning disability. Dyslexia is a learning disorder that involves difficulty reading due to challenges matching sounds with letters and words, or decoding. Each October is Dyslexia Awareness Month in Canada, and Dyslexia Canada's Market Red campaign is celebrated across the country by lighting monuments and buildings in red. The 2022 campaign marks 5 years of Market Red, and this year's theme is celebrating progress, encouraging people to use the hashtags #SayDyslexia and Powered by Dyslexia. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my fellow members join me in recognizing Dyslexia Awareness Month and the Market Red campaign, and commit to considering and including Nova Scotians with dyslexia and other learning disabilities in their work and communities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to shine some light on the community members of Gabroos and the members of their fire hall. The people in this little fishing village are known for their kindness and hospitality, which was even more evident during Hurricane Fiona. The community stepped into action immediately following the storm to open their fire hall as a comfort center. Their thoughtfulness and compassion for those who suffered so much and devastation was heartwarming and won't be forgotten. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this time to commend these community members and the volunteers for coming together to help those in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate Cole Harbour, Dartmouth resident Shirley Morash. Shirley is of the generation of dedicated service and has spent her whole life volunteering. She's acted in various roles with the Dartmouth Curling Club, Nova Scotia Ladies Curling Association, the Canadian Curling Association, Labatt Brier Committee. She's been inducted to the Executive Honour Roll with the Canadian Curling Association, was a World Curling Freytag Award recipient, and inducted into the World Curling Federation Hall of Fame. Shirley served as the president and gift shop buyer for the Dartmouth General Hospital Auxiliary and served on the Dartmouth General Hospital Foundation Board. She still remains active by being a great resource and support to several of her organizations that she has been affiliated with in the past. Shirley celebrates her 90th birthday this year and shows no signs of slowing down. I ask that the members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking and congratulating Shirley Morash. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Pier and Isla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with regret. Earlier this month, we were told help was coming to the residents post-Fiona. We were told trees would be removed from private properties, especially if they were on homes. Mr. Speaker, there are residents who have gone 27 days without power, including seniors, due to these large trees. We had residents who have trees on their homes causing damage day by day. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, it was not government that answered the call, but the kindness of strangers, community, and small businesses. Residents were told government would be providing human resources. Unfortunately, they have been left waiting. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Mahone Bay entrepreneur Mark Lowe and his company Lobster Made Easy. Mark has developed a way to package a whole pre-cooked frozen lobster so it can be prepared at home in the microwave and ready to eat in under 6 minutes. No mess, no smell, no stress. Mark took his product to the popular CBC television show Dragon's Den, and Dragon Arlene Dickinson, a venture capitalist in the food and health space, was sufficiently impressed to offer an investment of $350,000 for a 32% share of the company. Mr. Speaker, you'll soon be able to find Lobster Made Easy at a Sobeys store near you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend my most sincere congratulations to Mark Lowe and wish him all the best with this very clever and delicious endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You got me hungry already. The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce you to a unique business in Cole Harbour, Into the Mystic on Cole Harbour Road. It is friendly, neat little store. They have a variety of items from fantasy decor to jewelry, salt lamps, essential oils, and incense to more mystical things like crystals and tarot decks. The staff are friendly and knowledgeable, and they are often offer services such as tarot card reading, crystal ball scribing, numerology, tea leaf reading. Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, what politician wouldn't want to know the future holds? Mr. Speaker, I invite everyone to come to Cole Harbour to check out this little shop in person. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, it is hard to keep up with the Dartmouth North paddler, Julia Lily Ascende, both literally and figuratively. This world-class Creighton Park paddler has represented the MMAAC around the world, in Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Romania, to name a few. This summer alone, Julia racked up 3 golds and 1 silver medal at the Canada Games in Niagara, both solo and with her teammates. At the Canoe Sprint World Championships in Dartmouth, Julia and her team won gold in the C4 500. And to top it all off, Julia brought home 2 medals, a bronze and a gold, from the 2022 Under-23 World Championships in Hungary. It all started for Julia when she joined MMAAC in 2009, the same year that the then 8-year-old witnessed her first World Championships in Dartmouth. I asked the House to join me in celebrating how much Julia has achieved since then and to cheer her on for what I know will be a very bright future in paddling.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Matt Williams, who opened the Boundary Barbershop on July the 13th this summer. Matt was working in Moncton with his partner Raven when they decided to move closer to home as they were expecting their child. Matt decided to open up his shop in Amherst due to the high cost of fuel for traveling. I'm so happy that Matt chose Amherst to open, and I wish him the best as he continues to invest in the Amherst business community as well as his clients. Today, join me in congratulating Matt on his new business and wish him the best as he grows his venture. I wish Matt all the luck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge that October is Small Business Month, which celebrates the important contributions that entrepreneurs make in Sackville-Uniacke community. Small Business Month in Canada began 16 years ago in October of 2016 with the intention of empowering entrepreneurs to come together with other small business owners to offer knowledge and support for a better Canada. This month is also dedicated to celebrating the efforts of many individuals who have chosen to pursue entrepreneurship, as well as those who assist in supporting small business. In addition, entrepreneurs have the opportunity to discover programs and organizations that offer support for small businesses. I'd like to take an opportunity to thank everyone who works with and supports small business in Sackville-Uniacke for their hard work and their dedication to our community. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Amber Thornton, an amazing young lady in my community. Amber has participated in the Girls Guides of Canada from the age of 5 to 18. Amber began attending Mount St. Vincent University in 2022, where she studies early childhood education. Amber now leads a Sparks and Brownie unit in Clayton Park West. She provides the girls with structure, kindness, respect, but most of all, a lot of fun. When not studying or volunteering with the Girls Guide unit, you can find her volunteering with the Rockingham Youth Group. Amber is a great role model for the young girls of our community. I would ask the House to join me in recognizing Amber for all her volunteerism activity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Club 24 in downtown Dartmouth. Club 24 is a home away from home for many seeking support for addictions and substance use disorders.
Order, please. I believe that might be your third statement. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Dartmouth South, I apologize.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Club 24 in downtown Dartmouth. Oh, it is my third. You're right. Sorry.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize and congratulate Finn McDormand of Lower Branch, who won gold at the School of Sport Nova Scotia Wrestling Provincials 54-kilogram category held at King's Edge Hill in Windsor last March. Finn has been competing for Parkview Education Centre and the Predators Amateur Wrestling Club since 2018. Finn's coach, Amanda Silver, says that Finn is determined, hard-working, and amazing under pressure. Finn also had the honour of representing Nova Scotia in the 2022 Canada Summer Games in the Niagara region last August. They fought hard in their first 2 matches, coming away with 1 win and 1 loss, while contending with a nasty collarbone sprain, which ended the competition for Finn. Finn also completes in judo and is hoping to represent Nova Scotia at the upcoming Winter Canada Games in PEI. I would ask the members of the House of Assembly to please join me in recognizing Finn McDormand's athletic achievements. Way to go, Finn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay special recognition to Noah Bedard. Not all members of the constituency are born and raised here. Some move from away and make our community their home. After Noah and his spouse Thea visited our province in June of 2020, Windsor clearly left a good impression on them because in the winter of 2021, they decided to leave Toronto, Canada's busiest city, and move here when he took the position as kitchen manager at Schoolhouse Brewery. As if he wasn't busy enough putting his French culinary training to good use in the kitchen at Schoolhouse, Noah, Thea, and his business partner Kelly Brigham opened Bedard Bakery on Garish Street. I think you can tell by the early morning lineups that their bread and pastries are a hit and make your taste buds want to dance. Mr. Speaker, please join me in officially welcoming Noah Bedard and his wife Thea to our beautiful province and congratulate them on opening one of the most amazing bakeries you will find. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westbound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise again to congratulate and thank a community organization that was there for everyone during the aftermath of Hurricane Fiona. Community Cares Youth Outreach, led by Dorothy Halliday, put together a team of volunteers, Mr. Speaker, making sure that families and children were getting the nutrition that they needed during this terrible disaster. Community Cares Youth Outreach continually goes above and beyond in our community, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to commend them for their work during Hurricane Fiona, but more importantly, throughout the year, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate Antigonish residents Paul Tomlick and Chalmers McLeod on receiving a Long Service Award from the Lions Club. Paul received a chevron for 45 years of service, and Chalmers received a chevron for 30 years of service. The mission of the Lions Club is to empower volunteers and partners to improve health and well-being, strengthen communities, and support those in need through humanitarian services and grants that impact lives globally and encourage peace and international understanding. The Lions Club are very active in our community, volunteering at many events: St. James United Church Luncheons, St. Martha's Foundation Help Day, Canadian Blood Donor Clinics, to name a few. They host many community breakfasts, public speaking contests, and award student bursaries. Paul and Chalmers have been seen helping at all of these events. They are quick to help out, and I know there are always smiles and laughs when Paul and Chalmers are around. I ask all members to congratulate these outstanding men and volunteers for their hard work and dedication to the betterment of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare.
Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour féliciter Glenda Douce-Boudreau, récipiendaire du certificat léger commun 2022, en reconnaissance de ses années de travail dans le domaine de l'éducation en langue française et des questions relatives aux femmes. Alors qu'elle siège au conseil d'administration de la FEPAN, Glenda fait partie d'un groupe de parents qui ont intenté une action en justice contre la province pour le retard de l'adoption d'écoles françaises homogènes dans nos communautés. La Cour suprême a tranché en faveur des parents et l'affaire connue sous le nom de Dousa Boudreau, c'est Nouvelle-Écosse, continue d'être un précédent important en ce qui concerne les droits à l'éducation dans la langue de la minorité. Glenda est également membre fondatrice de l'association Madeleine Leblanc, un groupe dont la mission est l'avancement des femmes et qui a récemment compilé les histoires de 250 femmes inspirantes de Clare. Je demande à tous les membres de se joindre à moi et féliciter Glenda Dousa Boudreau, une femme inspirante, pour avoir reçu ce prix. Merci. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Glenda Dousa Boudreau, the recipient of the Certificat Léger Commun 2022, in recognition of her years of work in the areas of French language, education, and women's issues. While on the board of the FEPAN, Glenda was one of the group of parents who brought the province to court over the delay in the adoption of homogeneous French schools in our community. The Supreme Court decided in favor of the parents, and the case known as Boudreau Dousa versus Nova Scotia continues to be the important precedent regarding minority languages' educational rights. Glenda was also the founding member of the association Madeleine Leblanc, a group whose mission is the advancement of women who have recently compiled stories of 200 inspirational women of Clare. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Glenda Dousa Boudreau on an inspirational woman on receiving this award. Merci.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the volunteers and staff at Beacon House in Lower Sackville. My late mother, Josephine Craig, was one of the founding members of Beacon House, which began operations in 1985. Her legacy lives on to this day, and I am so very proud of her for that. Beacon House is an integral part of the community and assists hundreds of families with food, clothing, shelter, and other essential programs. This year's Back to School program provided over 200 backpacks full of school supplies for students whose families may not otherwise have been able to afford. Additionally, within the last year, they assisted those who are homeless, most recently with the Fiona Emergency Shelter through their Sackville Area Warming Centre. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking the volunteers and staff of Beacon House for continuing to care and support their community members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Jen Prisk of Timberlea, a business leader and community champion. Jen led the Parent-Teacher Coalition at BLT Elementary in Timberlea to secure a new fully inclusive playground, one of the first in HRM, that incorporated more diverse play elements than traditional playgrounds. This project further enhanced the efforts of, at the time, the Liberal provincial government to establish more inclusive playgrounds so children with different abilities would be able to enjoy the same fun opportunities to enjoy outdoors and improve their health and well-being. Jen was also appointed to the Economic Growth Council and has been a strong advocate for women in trades. Her work to educate and encourage young girls and women to consider training in hands-on skilled trades has opened new doors and possibilities for women. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to thank Jen for her efforts in advocating for more inclusive space in communities and also being a strong role model and a mentor for young women in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, on November 1, 2022, it'll have been 3 years since Angela and Jeff Bannister unexpectedly lost their son, and Kevin lost his big brother, Braden, at the age of 15 due to a cardiac arrest. Braden was a kind-hearted young man that lit up any room as soon as he walked in. I was able to get to know Braden as he was a junior member of my fire department in Lance. Always there with a smile no matter what the task was. The Bannisters decided they did not want this to happen to any other family, so they rallied for help from the community. They felt by setting up helped East Hants schools become equipped with AED machines. Having access to AED machines means all the difference within a matter of seconds. They also just finished their third Braden Bannister Memorial Ball Tournament October 7th to 9th, raising $37,000 to help high school grants, help families on costs for sports and communities, just to name a few. As Braden would say, always be humble and kind. Mr. Speaker, I'd like all the members to extend our congratulations to the Bannisters and the numerous volunteers that make these events so successful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in place to recognize the Salvation Army in Sydney and the greater Cape Breton area. They really stepped up again, as they always do, during the hurricane, delivering food to thousands and thousands of residents around the CBRM, providing clothing, providing the other necessities that family need, and they do it time and time again. Not just during our most difficult times, as we've seen with Fiona or some of the other events in Sydney, but every day. Really, our office is in touch with them. We're in constant communication with them, and they've never said no when somebody was in need. So I rise in my place today to recognize Nicole and everybody with the Salvation Army for the incredible work that they do and for the compassion and support that they provide to the greater CBRM community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a 2022 inductee into the Nova Scotia Sport Hall of Fame. One of Chima's longtime coaches, Lazio Ladarowski, lovingly known as Chom, who lives in Waverley, has coached many Canadian Olympians and has been a 4-time Team Canada Olympic coach. Mr. Speaker, in 1990, Chom arrived from Hungary and took on the task of continuing Chima's tradition of high performance as head coach. Chima went on to win the national championships in 1992, 93, and 94. Today, his legacy lives on through the new Chima Fitness Center named after him and one of his proteges, and Chima's current head coach, Mike Caravan. Mr. Speaker, please help me congratulate the wonderful accomplishments of Chom for our community and our province and our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Yarmouth Fire Department recently held its annual banquet and awards night. Firefighters Darren King, Kevin Taylor, Peter Winship, and Dave Winship were all awarded both 20-year pins and Fire Exemplary Service medals. I'd like to ask this House to join me in thanking Darren King, Kevin Taylor, Peter Winship, and Dave Winship for 20 years of exemplary service, and in thanking them for their bravery and dedication to the safety of our community.
Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. We'll now move on to oral questions to ministers. The time is 12 o'clock. We will run until 12:50. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia's government's fair hiring practices state a fair hiring process is an accessible, consistent, and transparent process that is impartial, based on principles of merit and equity. Goes on to say that it includes consistent recruitment and selection processes and consistent treatment of applicants and candidates throughout the processes. Screening and selection criteria that are related to job requirements and conflict of interest. Consistent screening, selection criteria, and evaluation of candidates for similar positions, Mr. Speaker, and I'll table that policy. Mr. Speaker, does the Premier believe that his government is following the province's fair hiring practices?
The Honourable Premier.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to remind the House the Premier has fired successful public servant leaders, including the CEOs of the Nova Scotia Health Authority, Dr. Brendan Carr, Laura Broughton, CEO of NSBI, Malcolm Fraser, CEO of InnovaCorp, Jennifer Angel, CEO of Develop Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, he replaced them with partisan and, in one case, according to him, 2 of his personal friends, which he decided to pay $1,500 a day. Mr. Speaker, I must ask the Premier, does he believe this followed the fair hiring processes as outlined in the fair hiring policy?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll remind the member that when he was minister, he fired school boards. When he was minister, he fired regional health authority boards. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, when you're elected to form a government, you make a commitment to Nova Scotians that you will get things done, and I will assure Nova Scotians we are getting things done on their behalf, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I do have to mention that was after 3 independent reports suggested that we do that for students, as well as there was a platform that ran on that. However, Mr. Speaker, we have learned recently that the 2 individuals that the Premier hired, this is based on a FOIPOP, to replace all these award-winning CEOs, They didn't even have their resumes, Mr. Speaker. And I'll quote from an email that we've obtained through FOIPOP. We do not have the CV or resumes for either of them. I believe they asked about the bios that Deputy Langley referenced during the tech briefing. We could send them those, and the email proceeds to send the bios. Mr. Speaker, the fact is the Premier hired his personal friends without even having the resumes of those individuals.
Please.
How is that a fair hiring process?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, interim CEOs, for starters, there's a process for the long-term ones. But what I'll tell Nova Scotians is there's a lot of work to be done in this province. And what we need is people who will step up and represent and get things done on behalf of Nova Scotians. Those are the people that we want to work with. High quality individuals with extensive.
Order, please. The Premier has the floor. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listen, I know that the opposition parties have made it their mission to smear the personal reputations of highly respected individuals. I will assure, Mr. Speaker, that all the individuals we put in place to help us transition through are capable, quality individuals that care about this province, just like the people on this side of the House.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. A recent survey from the website rentals.ca shows that Nova Scotia has had the highest increase in the country in rental costs in the past year, up 35.5% across all property types, an average of $2,453, more expensive than the average rent in Ontario, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, by refusing to implement comprehensive rent control and enforcement and build non-market housing, the Premier is presiding over an explosion in rental costs. Can he see that the only people who are benefiting are the ones collecting the checks?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. We know the reality of the housing crisis that we have in this province. It's on the list of things that prior governments at all levels looked away from. Mr. Speaker, we're not looking away. We are getting busy making sure that the housing stock is being built, that there are real, sustainable, long-term solutions to the housing crisis. It's a very distressing situation we have right now with the rents, for sure. We know that people are under pressure. We know that people are looking for long-term housing options. We know the stress it's causing on families. That's why we're getting to work to make sure that we get through this and have long-term solutions. That's what we'll continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, it's getting worse and worse. Ms. Chelsea from Grand Lake recently wrote us to say, I'm in my mid-20s and I'm completely priced out of even dreaming of affording my own place. So thankful to my folks who are letting me stay with them, but it's difficult knowing that even though I work hard and save, I could never afford the combination of rent and groceries. Forget anything above that. As a young person who even with so much privilege is feeling the squeeze, it's enough to make me wonder if I should think of leaving Nova Scotia, something I've never even considered before in 24 years of living here. Can the Premier see that greasing the wheels for developers to build unaffordable housing, or housing stock, as the Premier calls it, isn't helping Chelsea or the many people in her situation?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know a number of young people who have similar concerns and sentiments for sure. But we need to focus on real solutions. That means building housing. The member might not like that, but that's what the answer to the housing crisis is. The answer to the housing crisis is more housing. That's why we're taking the steps we're taking. That's why we're putting initiatives through, and I know some of the HRM Council don't like it, the opposition don't like it, but I'll tell you who will like it, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians, when we build enough housing to fix the crisis.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
The answer is building housing people can afford, which this government seems hell-bent on not doing. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share another story. Terry Smith-Fraser is a full-time CCA who has worked in the healthcare sector for 30 years. She was recently rent-evicted from her apartment in Halifax and is now living in a van. Since then, she's noticed how many other people are sleeping in their vehicles. She said, with the housing crisis, I'm not sure what else people are supposed to do. Not only are the rents higher, but you need to make triple the income, and I'll table that. Last week, the Minister of Service Nova Scotia said that this government is continually looking at balancing the rights of landlords and tenants. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier see that the balance this government is looking at by failing to act is leaving Nova Scotians behind.
The Honourable Premier.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, in fact, balance is what is required to govern. We put a rental cap system in place. We'll look at other alternatives, rental supplements. We want to help Nova Scotians, and I would say to the member and to that Nova Scotian, we know that Nova Scotians are struggling. We know that CCAs in particular are struggling, ECAs. We know all these things, Mr. Speaker. That's why we took the steps we had to right the historical wrongs that have happened to CCAs over the years. That's why we will continue to try and make sure we support those Nova Scotians in terms of the wages of CCAs and others, Mr. Speaker. There are real issues with the housing crisis for sure. We need to build more housing stock to solve the housing crisis in this province. That's why we're focused on that. I encourage HRM Council and encourage the member opposite to get behind this government on getting that done.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing a Premier who wants to consolidate power around himself, his office, and his pals. We saw it when he announced that he wants to veto any bylaw within Halifax Regional Municipality. We saw it when he got rid of Tourism Nova Scotia. We saw it when he got rid of Dr. Brendan Carr, the Health Authority Board, and replaced them with a Tory lawyer. We saw that when he replaced the CEOs and boards of NSBI and Novacor and Develop Nova Scotia with two personal friends. And now we're seeing it on the boards of Housing, the Art Gallery, as well as other boards. Mr. Speaker, why does the Premier believe he and his partisan friends know more than long-serving experts in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to try to answer at least part of what that preamble was, and that is that we are very concerned about the housing crisis, and we've indicated that we will act on it. And we know that there are issues before the city. I respect the City Council and Mayor, but nevertheless, we are going to act when we see the housing crisis being further added to by the slowing down of construction and development.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the answer from the Minister since the Premier won't answer. When the Premier was asked about consolidating power around himself, he said, "I'm going to be held accountable by Nova Scotians, and I welcome that. That's what I signed up for, and I'll table that." Well, Mr. Speaker, so far this session, the Premier has dodged accountability at every opportunity. He won't answer the opposition's questions in question period. He only answers 2 sets of questions every day. If he doesn't like the facts, he says they were manufactured. He's dodged the media on multiple occasions. He attempted to coerce and remove the Speaker. He delays the release of critical health care statistics that make him look bad, and don't even get me started on FOIPOPs. Mr. Speaker, if the Premier hides from institutions like the media and the opposition that are meant to hold him accountable, could the Premier please explain exactly how he's accountable to Nova Scotians during his time in office?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address this about hiring our friends. I would like to point out that at the executive panel in Housing, we hired a former Liberal MLA. I just want the members to know we have respect for every member in the House, and we will hire talent wherever we find it.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, the Affordable Housing Commission's report makes a number of recommendations for the short, medium, and long term. The very first of which is to establish a new independent provincial housing entity, a recommendation that the government has dismissed. Instead, this government is amalgamating the 5 regional housing authorities and dissolving their boards in favor of a new Crown Corporation with an advisory board that is ultimately answerable to the minister. That doesn't sound like it will be operating independently, Mr. Speaker. In April, the Premier stated we are acting with a sense of urgency and respecting the recommendations of that commission in every single way, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, to the Premier, when and why did the Premier decide to stop respecting the Affordable Housing Commission?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that, and as all members of this House know, the Affordable Housing Commission report is something we took very, very seriously, and we dived into it. When we looked at exactly what the Affordable Housing Commission was getting at, we then had further information by the Auditor General. And frankly, the Auditor General took a deeper dive into what was going on in housing and recommended changes. So we looked at those changes and said, one of the effects we have is, like, you know, for me as minister, I can answer in the House, I can answer in cabinet scrums. We're accountable to the public here. The 5 housing authorities were relatively unaccountable. Who ever heard of a question being answered by one of those 5 housing authority leaders, and who even knows who they are? So the accountability is here through the House. We looked at what the Auditor General reported.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, that's quite the preamble. We are in a housing crisis, and the government knows best approach will not work. We must listen to experts. The Affordable Housing Commission report notes that the critical success factor for creating a housing entity is to ensure the new housing entity is an arm's-length body with an independent board of directors with representation from key stakeholder groups, something I'm sure the AG approves. Mr. Speaker, this government saw this recommendation from housing experts, and they created an entity that answers to the minister alone. Mr. Speaker, if experts say that the independence of this housing entity is key to its success, why isn't the minister listening?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question, but frankly, the Housing Nova Scotia was something that was put in 3 different departments in 6 years by the previous government. There was very little oversight or management of what was going on there, and there's just a lot of work needed to be done. We've taken on that task. We're managing that file.
The Honourable Member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, the Auditor General released a report which revealed a wait list for over 5,950 applicants for public housing, a new record high. We know that for many low-income Nova Scotians, public housing is the only safe and affordable housing option. If we look to New Brunswick, they've taken action, investing over $1 million for 380 new public housing units over the next 4 years, and renovating 110 vacant units, and I can table that. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Housing, with nearly 6,000 people on the wait list for public housing, will this new PC housing entity commit to investing money into construction of more public housing?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, this gives me the opportunity to talk about a program we announced this summer called the Community Housing Acquisition Program, where we funded through our resources in Housing Nova Scotia the ability for a non-profit to preserve almost 300 naturally occurring affordable units within the city. And I can tell you that we have many, many tenants there very grateful for that. So we will work on all aspects of this housing issue.
The Honourable Member for Preston.
Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is that low-income seniors are shouldering the brunt of the housing crisis. I get many phone calls daily from seniors in my office, and over half of the Nova Scotians waiting for public housing are seniors on fixed incomes who are being priced out of the market. And yet, there's no plan to increase public housing. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Housing. What is the plan to get seniors off the housing wait list and into homes?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I'd like to again thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you things that we are doing. One of the things that we are doing is we recognized when we came in and started managing this file that the turnover time was far too long for units in public housing. It was months and months and months. So we're working on reducing the turnover time. The Auditor General pointed out that we had an issue with overhousing, which means a single person living in a 4 or 5 bedroom unit. And if we can reorganize that, and this is one of the issues we had with the 5 housing authorities. Some were doing a good job on it, some were not. So this is where we need management, and we're putting that management in place. So we're working to that alone. If we can deal with the overhousing issue, would take maybe 1,000 people off of the wait list. So yes, we're extremely concerned about the issues with the wait list. We're extremely concerned about the housing crisis.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. The number of people in Cape Breton who are finding themselves unhoused has exploded. The Alley Centre of Cape Breton has said that they have given out double the number of tents this year compared to last year, and they expect the need to only increase, and I'll table that. Can the minister see that whatever this government is doing to solve the housing crisis in Cape Breton, it isn't working?
The honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. We know that anyone that finds themselves homeless is, there's a number of complex reasons why they get there. This government has made a huge investment in our department to fight homelessness. We have been working with a number of nonprofits across this province, investing in short-term and long-term shelters, and we'll continue investing in those. We know that it's a real difficult time for someone that finds themselves homeless, but our office is open to helping, and we'll do what it takes to find them a more permanent solution. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tents are not homes and neither are shelters, Mr. Speaker. We recently received the results of the 2021 point-in-time homelessness count for eastern Nova Scotia. The report found that there are 483 people experiencing homelessness in the 6 eastern counties of the province. This includes 64 children reported under the care of someone experiencing homelessness. The findings of the survey were that we have an urgent need for a rights-based approach to housing. Mr. Speaker, when can Cape Bretoners expect there to be 0 people without a home in Cape Breton?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I wish that we would have no one homeless in Nova Scotia. I think everyone in this chamber wishes that. The reasons, again, for people that find themselves homeless could be addictions and mental health. It could be due to the fact that they had domestic violence. There's a number of reasons. I know you all know why they would find themselves homeless. We are here. The Department of Community Services is here to help. We will certainly find an interim solution. We know that the best place for anyone is to have a permanent home. We are always working towards that, and that's why I work very closely with the Minister of Housing. We will find the solutions. We need a bit more time. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians are struggling to find a home that they can actually afford and raise a family. Sometimes spending months, if not years, trying to find an affordable home to purchase or rent. But the market is so saturated, vacancy rates are so low, they find nothing in their price range. This government said they are working at lightning speed, but things continue to get worse. So my question for the Premier, how much longer will Nova Scotians have to struggle until this government delivers on their housing affordability promise?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that as the member knows, that we provided something that HRM and our municipalities were asking for since 2016. That's inclusionary zoning. I'm very proud of that. That's a tool for our municipalities to use, and that is something that we're doing among many things. So.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I mean, it's just words, Mr. Speaker. Like the $30 million they promised last year that was going to end homelessness, and they gave it to one of the largest developers in Nova Scotia, yet homelessness continues to rise. The Affordable Housing Commission's report states that housing is key to health. To truly fix health care, we must address housing, homelessness, and poverty. We know that this government has said it'll do whatever it takes to fix health care. My question for the premiers, will they commit to do whatever it takes to fix the housing crisis Nova Scotians are feeling from one corner of the province to the other?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I'd like to point out to the member also, we've invested $16.6 million in rapid housing initiative, places like Cody Place, the Mi'kmaq Friendship Centre, the Add Some Women and Children Centre, the North End Community Centre. So we're investing in it across the spectrum of housing, and in community housing. We're investing in co-op housing. So not only are we investing in as the member mentioned, the for-profit, but we're also in developers to provide affordable units there. We're also investing across the spectrum, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. When our student or post.
Order, please. The member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When our post-secondary students returned to campus in September, there were many that were pretty anxious about the lack of availability of housing. So much so that the DSU, Dalhousie Students Union, is reporting that there are hundreds of international students going to their school that don't have a place to live. It's not surprising, given that rent has increased as much as $600 this year alone. I'm not so happy to table that. My question is directed to our Minister of Advanced Education. Aside from the work being done on NSCC campuses, what is being done to provide students with housing that they can afford?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
This is directed at housing. I'd like to point out that the former government, 8 years, never built a new residence for any university, never seen that happen, never made it happen. The previous government to that never did.
Order. Order, please. Order. Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Housing has the floor.
Building 3 new NSCC centres right now.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there certainly are examples. Port Hawkesbury, Lawrencetown are two examples that come to mind of work that was done under the previous government. And I wonder if ministers, when they see themselves on the media after this, if they would expect Nova Scotians to continue this back and forth that we continue to see from this government. It's not, Nova Scotians just want answers. So why doesn't the minister get up, give an answer in such a way that tells Nova Scotians that there is a plan for the future around affordable housing? And I'd like to know what it is for students specifically.
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you for that question. This is a very important question. We do realize that student housing is a concern. Students first, always, and that's what's always in my mind. I believe the minister opposite understands that as well. But we have committed to 3 NSCC student housing initiatives. Every time we open one bid for student housing, regardless if it's NSCC or anywhere else, then it's one more for students, regardless if that's university or NSCC. So we're very proud to have the very first student housing strategy, working with my counterpart in municipal affairs. I only wish that we had a student housing strategy.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It may be students first, but not in Cape Breton. Mr. Speaker, during Hurricane Fiona, we saw the incredible value and spirit of Cape Breton students, especially our international students who supported their community and helped them through the storm. But students aren't being supported by this government when it comes to housing, Mr. Speaker. Students on Cape Breton Island are not finding affordable student housing, and this government's NSCC housing announcement left Cape Breton out in the cold. This government's housing plan leaves students on the island completely behind. My question for the Minister of Advanced Education is why?
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question, but the member opposite said that we leave students out in the cold and not think of students, but I believe may have forgotten the initiatives that we've taken on with Cape Breton University, the initiatives we've taken on with the new Marconi campus. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that student housing is an issue right across this province, right across this country. You know what? We've announced 3 very important housing initiatives already for students. We've only just begun, Mr. Speaker. Hang on tight.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that this minister is so readily looking to take credit for a new Marconi campus, which was designed, getting ready, and being built based on the previous Liberal government's initiative. So you might be there to cut the ribbon, but you didn't do the work or the homework, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, We're seeing a very concerning housing trend for young people in this province. Students cannot find a place to live. Young professionals cannot find an affordable place to buy. Young adults are having to live with their parents longer. Home ownership amongst 25 to 29-year-olds has fallen by 8%. And for the Minister, I will table that. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Advanced Education, considering the impact of the housing crisis is having on young adults in this province, will this government support a youth housing strategy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, another thing that I'm proud to mention that we have underway is that, as mentioned, as recommended by the Affordable Housing Commission report, is the needs assessment. We have 2 needs assessments going on, done by Turner Drake. One is a provincial housing needs assessment that is online right now. I can tell you that we're having responses from all over the province. I don't know the results yet. We also have an African Nova Scotia needs assessment also being done by Turner Drake. So we're looking into what needs to be done there. We realize the housing crisis is not only here in HRM, it's across every municipality, every town in the province, and we're looking to address it. And in order to know what, as identified by the Affordable Housing Commission report, is that we needed to have more information.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and so I'll continue on the same theme, students first always. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. As of yesterday, 600 school board employees in the Valley are on strike, fighting for fair wages. This includes many education assistants who provide critical care to students needing extra supports. Despite this essential service they provide, the starting pay for education assistants in the Annapolis Valley Regional Center of Education is minimum wage. Without their education assistants, these students are not able to go to school like the rest of their classmates. One young student, Brett, heaven, God love him, is fighting on the picket line for his right to go to school and for his EA Ashley's right to a fair wage. Mr. Speaker, does the Premier believe these workers are being paid fairly at minimum wage?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Labour Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I know this is a significant concern for anybody who's directly involved, whether they be the staff themselves, whether they be the parents of the children, of course the children, Mr. Speaker. And we know the best place for children is to be at a place where they're learning. So, Mr. Speaker, I can't say too much because we believe in the collective bargaining process. And the employer, I know, is ready to get back to the table. That's where a solution will be found, and we encourage that to happen.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that the Minister stepped up and said a process is good, because, I mean, we've been talking about that at length over the past few days about processes and how it's important. So, Mr. Speaker, also striking are also other school support workers, such as early childhood educators, student support workers, and many others, all of whom play a crucial role in children's lives and in the operation of our schools. This is not an isolated problem to this region. Our province continues to have one of the lowest minimum wages in the country, and a government who fails to recognize the value of workers in caring sectors. Strikes are looming in other areas as these wages remain far from a living wage. So my question is, with rising inflation and cost of living, these already too low wages have become even more troubling. Why is this government allowing these hard-working and essential Nova Scotian workers to struggle?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Labour Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I know there have been a lot of tables where we've had success. We've had a lot of success at the negotiating table. We've been in office, Mr. Speaker, we've been in office now a little over a year, and there are a lot of successes to point to. And I think this is a government that wants to negotiate, that wants to listen. And I know for the union and for the workers, one of the big issues is wage parity. And I also know that a solution has been put forth, Mr. Speaker, to achieve that because it's something that's important to them. And again, Mr. Speaker, we want to listen, we want to go to the table, we want to find solutions.
There you go.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It isn't just young people who are finding a hard time trying to come up with the money for rent and try to eventually own their own home. It's becoming harder for anyone to own a home in Nova Scotia. The portion of home renters in this province is 33%, 1/3 of our total population, which is the highest in Atlantic Canada and 3rd highest in all of the country, Mr. Speaker, and I'll table that. My question for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing: our province is leading the country in renters as a share of households. Is the dream of home ownership for anyone except the wealthy now dead in Nova Scotia under his watch?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question, and I too share the concern. I want to see home ownership enabled in our province. I want to see people have that dream of home ownership. It's incredibly important to people's lives. One of the things that we've done several things, but one of the things we've done is we've doubled up the money in the down payment assistance plan and for new homeowners. And we have changed the program guidelines in terms of the dollar value of the new home and the income level that can apply to be more realistic to the current situation. So we've done that, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of that program, and we are watching that closely to see the kind of uptake we have.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite those initiatives, we're looking for results, and since this government is taking power, the number of people that are renting has gone up, and the price of rent has gone up as well. A new report says that Nova Scotia has the second highest rents in the country, people paying on average more than $2,400 a month, and I'll table that. We are more expensive than Ontario. We are more expensive than Quebec. We are the most expensive in all of Atlantic Canada. My question to the minister is, with rents that are going up more and more, that's more and more affordable, where is government support for people that are renting?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize all of these concerns. We are acting in a space that hasn't had a lot of action in it. Frankly, the previous government didn't do a whole lot. If you asked me when was the right time to start building, I would have said 3-4 years ago, because it takes time to build. So we're taking action. We're taking action to see developments move ahead. We're taking action on for instance, the land inventory. We're looking at what land does the province have that we can make available for housing. So we realize there's a housing crisis. We're acting on the housing crisis on multiple fronts, including this one, and we're very concerned about it, and we share the members' concern, and I just wish they had started 3-4 years ago.
The honourable member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Housing. When I speak to business leaders in my community, the number one challenge I hear they're facing is labor shortages. However, the concerns are not just about getting workers, but finding housing for them. Mr. Speaker, workers are unable to come to my region and other rural areas across Nova Scotia because there are no housing options available. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Housing: when will this government take action and find real solutions for housing that will actually help the labour shortage in rural Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question and acknowledge that we see that all over the province, and we see employers starting to build housing, and certainly in my community in the Annapolis Valley, many employers have housing for their workers. They provide that. We see that in other areas, the demand across the province. So this is something that we see employers doing. We see it in Cumberland County and with Oxford Frozen Food. So it's a big concern. We've done a lot to enable more building of housing, and as I mentioned, we are having the Affordable Housing Commission has recommended we have a needs survey across the province, and that is underway right now.
The honourable member for Clare.
Thank you. Workers are key to helping our rural economy flourish. The labour shortages are a real challenge, and workers are needed to grow the economy in rural Nova Scotia. But they can't come and work if they have nowhere to stay. I'm hearing this in my community, and I know members who represent other rural ridings across the province are hearing it too. So my question to the Minister of Housing: when will housing challenges be addressed in rural Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, we've taken action on many fronts on the housing file, and another one which I haven't mentioned yet is that we are working to enable the cooperative housing sector. And if you have people in your community who want to get together and work at having a co-op home, we want to enable that too. We're funding the cooperative housing sector. We want that sector to grow as well. So we're not picking any one sector. We're working in multiple areas. All of these areas will bear fruit. It will will take time. It takes time to build. We've seen record housing starts this past year, record construction, and but we know that there's many challenges, and we're working to see all of these things addressed.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the minister responsible for housing. I'm watching with interest a lot of the media reports coming out of the CBRM, seeing a strained relationship growing and growing with our local government at home, whether it's through housing or whether it's through Hurricane Fiona supports. There's a lot of concern from many of us that we're seeing more and more that that relationship is becoming more and more strained. My question is in regards to housing, and my colleague from Northside Westmount talked about it too as well, is that we've seen a lot of growth in the CBRM. We've seen a lot of international students come in to the community, but housing is a major issue now in the CBRM. And what we're not seeing is a lot of information or a lot of meetings or a lot of support coming from the government. So my question to the minister is, what is his plan for housing supports in Sydney and the CBRM area?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member may know, we have a huge stock of public housing in CBRM. We continue to renew and develop that. We're very concerned about housing across the province, and whatever we need to do, we'll do in all parts of the province.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
So that leads into my question, because I know that there's a number of parcels of land, Mr. Speaker, that have been looked at for housing development, and I know that the government is trying to attract local developers to come in and do some of that work and build some of that stock. But really, one of the questions that I've been asked, and my question at home has been asked in talking with local government, is this current government going to get into the housing business? Are they going to start looking at building their own inventory? So my question for the minister, is the government looking at both options, whether it's through private developers, as you said, but is the government going to be looking at building their own stock?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. One of the things that we are doing, and which includes CBRM, is looking at the fact that the government owns about 100,000 parcels of land across the province. We're looking at what land can we make available for housing in all parts of the province, including CBRM. So, are we building new housing stock? No, we are investing heavily, though, in the rental supplements, as the member knows. So we are doing that across the province as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Advanced Education. Last week, over 1,500 staff at Dalhousie University went on strike. These workers, who include part-time faculty, teaching assistants, and senior lab instructors, are demanding better pay. Dalhousie's teaching assistants and part-time academics earn some of the lowest wages amongst similar Canadian universities, and they have not kept up with rising inflation. Last week, I shared the story of Caitlin, who is teaching a course in a lab but struggling to stay afloat. Mr. Speaker, the minister previously worked for years as an educator, and I know he values the important role educators play. Can the minister see it is unreasonable that teaching assistants at one of Canada's top universities are working extra jobs just to get by?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. And of course, as a former educator, and I think I'll always be an educator, I do see the importance of teaching assistants, markers throughout our education system. So this is unfortunate for students that have just gone through 2 years of COVID, and that any type of disruption is not good for any of our students going forward. However, this is a negotiation that's going on between the university and the workers, and I strongly encourage them to follow the process. Yes, follow the process, because there is one, and to get back at the table and work something out in the interest of students.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that for many of the people on the picket line, they're still students as well, so they're trying to get through their education. It is a student issue. Dalhousie is our largest university and sees over 20,000 students through its doors each year. Part-time faculty, teaching assistants, and instructors play a crucial role in educating and training future leaders. Their wages have remained stagnant since 2019. Despite Dalhousie's budget surplus of $69.5 million last year, and the President receiving a 13% wage increase last year. Can the minister agree that stagnating wages that don't keep up with the cost of living for staff at Dalhousie are unsustainable and unfair?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
And thank you for that follow-up question. All of our universities right across Nova Scotia, they're independent. They're run by a board of governors. They have their own team that negotiates remuneration for all workers, and they do have to remain competitive with schools right across this country, right around the world. So I truly leave it to the university, and I leave it to the union to work that out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, this government has an ambitious goal of doubling population to 2 million by 2060. Mr. Speaker, population growth is great, however, to grow the economy. But the problem is there aren't enough houses for people who are arriving in Nova Scotia. And we know a lot of the immigrants are arriving, or newcomers are arriving with large families, and it's really difficult for them when they go apply for housing. They're discriminated against as well. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister of Immigration, what is the minister doing to ensure that when people arrive here, they have a place to call home?
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for this important question. So we are working very closely with the Department of Housing to make sure that all newcomers who choose Nova Scotia as their home have a place to stay. We know that Nova Scotia has an incredible history of welcoming newcomers time and time again, and also in the case of humanitarian efforts, I also have to say that organizations step up in times of need, but we've also been very clear that our population growth strategy is planned, it's strategic, and we're also recruiting the folks that we need to help build the housing that's needed for the entire province.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
That was a very nice answer, and I thank the Minister for that. However, no, I do have further. Nova Scotia can only capitalize on economic growth of immigration if it's done responsibly and if it's done with a plan for the new immigrants. Mr. Speaker, the government has an opportunity to tackle both the labour shortages and to attract new immigrants by ensuring that skilled trades workers have their foreign credentials recognized. And as she just mentioned, I would like to know what are they doing specifically to attract new immigrants who can help build houses? What are you doing exactly? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to take the opportunity to say that we have launched a marketing campaign to make sure that we're targeting the skilled workers as well as healthcare workers across this country, as well as around the world, who want to come to Nova Scotia, that this is a place that they can call home. We know the talent that we need, and that's why the marketing campaign has been strategic and making sure that we're also calling young Nova Scotians back to this province. Mr. Speaker, the energy in this province is incredible, and we want young people to know that there is a place for them here. They can thrive, and we want the talent that they can bring to this province. So, Mr. Speaker, we're doing a lot of work, and that marketing campaign is going to be great.
The Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government says that they are working at lightning speed to address the housing crisis, and I was particularly interested in the minister's response about rural Nova Scotia and about record housing starts. But let's talk about facts. In rural, while there is progress being made in Halifax, and I would say thanks to the great work at HRM, in rural Nova Scotia, housing starts have decreased by 20% between January and August when compared to 2021, and I will table that document. Time is of the essence here in rural Nova Scotia. Will the Minister of Housing from rural Nova Scotia explain why the stats provided by the government show that, in fact, housing starts are slowing by 20% in rural Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member of the question. I would like to point out that one of the things that we've done as a government is called more opportunities for skilled trades. This is for young people. in the skilled trades, and we know that one of the issues in housing and construction is the shortage of skilled trades. It's a huge issue, so we're addressing that issue as well. I'm very proud of our government's endeavours.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In rural Nova Scotia, people are couch surfing, moving back with their parents, and are unable to afford a home. And we hear the government stand up and say how great they're doing, but the facts are the facts. Housing starts are down by 20% in rural Nova Scotia. My question to the Minister of Housing, who is from rural Nova Scotia, the facts are showing that this government is leaving rural Nova Scotia behind with respect to housing starts.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Again, I'd like to thank the member for that question, but I would like to say that we are working very hard across the board. I've mentioned the down payment assistance program, the MOST program. We are also doing the needs assessment. We're working in the community housing sector and all of these sectors, so we're doing an immense amount of activity. Housing takes time to build, as everyone knows. You just don't say, okay, we're going to have a house here tomorrow and it shows up tomorrow. It takes time, so we're working on all of those things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the average rent in Canada is $2,043, but in Nova Scotia, the average rent is $2,453. That's $410 over the national average with the rent cap. We are clearly in a housing crisis and the government is not acting. My question to the minister, does the government believe that paying over $2,000 in rent is affordable?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We recognize on this side of the House that we are in a housing crisis. I echo the comments of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing that I wish that the previous government would have got to action years ahead of where we are today, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of the actions that our government has taken so far, Mr. Speaker. What we have done so far to support tenants in our province is extend the rent cap until 2023, an initiative that was started by the previous government, Mr. Speaker. And under my watch, we continue to look at balancing the rights and responsibilities of both tenants and landlords, and I'll continue to do that.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
The government is not acting fast enough, bringing affordable rents to Nova Scotia. As a result, the average rent in Nova Scotia is the second highest in the country. My question to the Minister of Housing, why does this government think that it's acceptable that we have the second highest rent in the country?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question, and we recognize the issue, and we know that this is a factor of supply and demand, that there's huge demand. People recognize Nova Scotia as a great place to live. People are coming here from across the country, from all over the world. We welcome them, as the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration says. Nova Scotia is a welcoming place. We need those people. We need their energy. We need their talent, and we will find a solution to the housing crisis.
Order, please. The time for oral questions by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on bills.
We'll move into Committee of the Whole House on bills, but we'll take a recess in order for everybody to set up.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 196, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia, an act to amend?
Call Bill 196. We will resume debate on the bill. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Bill 196, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act. We've been standing, discussing this for a number of days. A number of days ago, I stood and did a little bit of talking on this in terms of the art gallery, the board, it's what it carries in terms of its pieces, its work, its community involvement. And I talked about how the art gallery has given Nova Scotia a sense of pride because of its place where it takes all those pieces of art. And not only, they work with countless organizations across the province. So, to stand here today and discuss the fact that there are these changes, I think part of the issue here is not so much, well, it is the changes, but it's also the process in which these changes are about to take. Again, you look at many of the clauses in this piece, and in many areas, we see the minister is responsible. You look at Clause 1, in the end, it does say that the minister is responsible. You look at Clause 3, the minister will fill all vacancies. And the minister is to establish a nominating committee for the board. Well, I say the minister because it doesn't really give you any idea in this bill who's going to establish that nominating committee. And in doing that, all of it then boils down to the minister again. If we had a bit more, I would suggest transparency in this process, you might not have as much opposition to your current process. Transparency, you know, if you really define transparency, if you can see it and see all and see through it, it's transparent. Seeing nothing, not being there, seeing nothing and seeing nothing being there, in my opinion, isn't transparency. Now, when we get to the decisions on why this change is about to happen, I'd like to ask, is there a sense or a feeling that there is no faith in the current board? If that is the case, then there is governance. Look at governance. Look at the way those boards have been set up, that board has been set up. and look at that to make the changes. Then, as I stand to talk, I have to talk about diversity on the board. Many people in the African Nova Scotian community have challenges getting on many boards. Boards have been historically marginalized. And many people in the African Nova Scotian community aren't willing to trust the current process or the processes. So, when you talk about dismantling a board, and I have to go back for a second here, boards are generally independent. Boards have the ability, and especially if you're a person who's from a community who's not traditionally sitting on those boards, Ms. Chair, then they're coming to sit on that board with a host of challenges on top of it. Again, if there are individuals who are from diverse communities who have the opportunity to sit on a board such as this one, then I ask, is their voice truly going to be heard? And that's important, hearing their voice. Again, we look at a host of changes in this. It removes the power from the governor and council to fill the vacancies. And it provides for a majority of the members for quorum. So again, as you've heard many people mention, 7 to 13 individuals who would be sitting on the board. And how much freedom, how much ability will those individuals, if and when we see that the minister is responsible for all the decisions, then where do community members, directors have the ability to communicate or express their concerns? I'm not seeing this process being truly transparent. You have us here, we are here arguing and fighting to try to maintain some semblance of democracy and people's freedoms to make and be a part of some of those decision-making processes. The board has the ability to revoke the appointment of the chief executive officer, subject to the approval of the minister. Again, I don't know how you can, one can sit and look at governing when it appears and comes across that governing is coming across as, now I can hope I can pronounce this word right, but governing is coming across like oligarchy. It is not. Look, in a Westminster system, in the world we're in, many individuals across the floor and here on both sides of the House, we all talk about equity, we all talk about freedom of speech, we all talk about the ability to participate in the legislative process. Well, quite frankly, since we've been debating this, it's given me the impression, and it's given me, as an elected member, elected for my constituency of Cole Harbour, speaking for individuals, it's given me the sense, or I feel as though I'm being impeded to do my job. I'm being questioned on some of the things that I believe is not misleading. We're putting it out there. All the facts can be found. And yet, I feel I'm being questioned, or I feel, Ms. Speaker, that I'm being held back, marginalized further. And I say that because there are many statements coming from the other side of the House that, in my opinion, attempts to paint a picture that is not real. Now, there is discussion also on the fact that, there are reports and reviews in which the government or the minister is supposed to go over. Again, we're wondering where that information is and how much has been done. The good employees of the art gallery, they are about to go through quite a change. Many of those individuals are being transferred to a different unit. And when I say different unit, I do believe that part of the bargaining unit is involved in this. So I am somewhat relieved that some of those individuals, well, many of those individuals, once they transfer over, and I'm going to have faith that the bargaining unit will allow them to maintain their particular status and all that is due to them as employees. I don't believe that your move is a subtle move. The decision-making is very bold, and this is why we're here arguing it. It's not as subtle as most others, I believe, think it is. I'd like to ask, is there anything online or available anywhere to the public regarding the reviews or an accountability report for this? Probably not. If there is, I'm sure you would have stood up and mentioned it. I plead and ask that you really consider what we are standing up and fighting for. As a matter of fact, I'm going to state this the last couple of days as I sat and listened to everybody argue this became reminiscent of what a TV show that I saw, and a particular dialogue in the TV show. Now, you guys are going to laugh at me because I'm talking about the Big Bang Theory. However, Sheldon was attempting to educate Penny. And Sheldon, this reminds me of this particular thought experiment. It's a paradox. And it was this. Sheldon, and we're talking physics, so physics and this may not really connect, and I'm not a physicist. However, I felt that this statement matched what we are dealing with right now, and it was Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat. Let me give you a bit of context. The cat may be considered dead or alive in the box, right? The cat could be considered dead or alive, but you won't know until you open the box. Now, that's not the point that I'm trying to drive through. The point I'm trying to illustrate is the absurdity of that particular view. That is the same as what we're doing right now. It's absurd. It's absurd for those who sit outside your box without really knowing what's in that box. So, with all the questions that are left by not answering some of the questions for us and Nova Scotians, the only thing that it leaves me, the member for Cole Harbour, thinking is, I know what they're doing. They're setting up for austerity budgets. That's what they're doing. And in 2023, with the current climate and everything that's going on, costs rising, stay tuned. Austerity's coming. Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to get up and reiterate a few of the reasons that I personally, and I think the colleagues on this side of the House, are disappointed in this bill. Feel this bill is, while there are a few elements that are worth supporting, there are elements that are a concerning trend by this government, and this is the first of a number of pieces of legislation that this House will be considering that, if they go through, confirms a trend, very concerning trend, about the Nova Scotian government and how they intend to govern, how they are governing, and how they envision working or not working with others in our province, because all the issues, the challenges of governing right now are immense, and the government needs partners, and they need good relationships with those partners. And key to those relationships is a spirit of respect and trust and an ability that when you're partnering with someone that they know that you are valued and you are not going to be overcalled by the whim of a minister. I want to begin by trying to understand how this bill came forward and how, from my point of view, the process has been so flawed that it draws huge questions, draws to mind huge questions about the government's intent with this legislation. And I want to begin by talking about how we make good public policy. How does government make good public policy that Nova Scotians can understand and get behind, and that we in opposition can understand and get behind? And I first learned about this in a Globe and Mail article about 25 years ago by Jeffrey Simpson about the 7 stages. If you Google it, I have 6 stages of steps that you make to make good public policy. And the first step, which is critical, is to define what the problem is. Second step is then to educate the public so that the public has an understanding of the problem that government is facing and how and what needs to be done. Third step is then to analyze and look at the options to address that problem. Then 4, communicate that to the public. And then at stage 5, that is when you make your policy call, your change that you're going to make. And then 6, of course, is to evaluate that policy change at some time further into the future. So what we're seeing in this bill and other bills that are before this House is that the government has moved immediately to step 5. Immediately, they have thrown on the table a policy change without going through those other critical steps so that they can have support from the opposition and from the public, from partners, that they can have support for the policy decisions that they have made. So what do we know about what the problem is that we're trying to solve with this piece of legislation? Well, the only thing that we've heard is that perhaps the board is too big and unwieldy, and this piece of legislation aims to reduce the size of the board to a more manageable size. Problem was defined, that was conveyed to us and the public. It makes sense. We didn't hear what options were looked at, but there's a range in the legislation. I think it's 7 to 13. It seems reasonable. And we can get behind that change. We understand what the problem was. We understand, and it was communicated to us, and a decision was made and can be supported. And at some point, hopefully, it will be evaluated whether that board composition and size is making sense. The only other piece of information that is the impetus of changes in this legislation that we're aware of, and changes to the other boards, agencies, and commissions that are being affected by various pieces of legislation that are before this House and that we have grave concerns about, is the only thing we know is that there was a review done of Crown corporations. What was reviewed? We don't even know what was reviewed. No report has been circulated to the public. So it goes back to, we don't know what the problem is. We don't even know what was reviewed in these various Crown corporations. Was it operations that were reviewed? of these various 20 Crown corporations. I mean, that's an extensive piece of work, depending on what was being evaluated. So was it operations? Was it the accountability structure within those Crown corporations? Was it the effectiveness? Do we have evidence that these organizations were not being effective in fulfilling their mandates? Or was it the governance? Were there problems within the governance of the structure of the Crown Corporation that needed government to take a look at other options and look at governance? So we have no information, virtually none, other than the board was too big. We don't know what problems are trying to be solved by making the changes to governance that's entailed in this legislation. Frankly, we don't know whether there's any problems with governance, but changes are being made. When we look at the other bills coming down the table to be debated in this House, we would certainly like to hear what the problems were of governance of Invest Nova Scotia and these other organizations perennia. Because nothing has been revealed in this review. They've had 14 months to do a review of these Crown corporations. It was announced pretty early, and no documents, no findings have been conveyed to Nova Scotians. So any changes being proposed by government are going to be questioned. They're going to attract a lot of scrutiny. And in the case of the bill before us, we don't know why the minister suddenly needs to take control of the governance of the CEO of the organization. So when government is not transparent, about what they are trying to do, what are they trying to achieve for the benefits of Nova Scotians, then people get suspicious. And as it is left for Nova Scotians to really question why these changes to these organizations are being made, why is the minister's office and the premier's office getting involved in the governance of these organizations? And unfortunately, it leads Nova Scotians to conclude, because there has been no evidence presented, no problems presented, no options on governance changes presented, it only leads Nova Scotians to conclude that these are politically motivated moves. It's about power, it's about influence, it's about friends and buddies getting jobs. We really have to question whether this government has decided to take us back to the 1980s. Any one of us as MLAs, talking to our transportation office, talking to our seniors that lived through the early days of the political life of Nova Scotia, know that there was a deep inherent patronage system within Nova Scotia that survived into the 80s, in which when a new government came into power, everybody in the transportation department were laid off because they had a red card and a blue government came into power, got rid of all the folks carrying red cards and hired everybody that had blue cards in their wallet. Is that democratic? Is that fair hiring practices we talked about earlier, about hiring friends? That's what we're concerned about, with what this government is doing with these boards and agencies and the concentration of power in the minister's office. It's not about the individuals, but it's about how government is choosing those individuals over other individuals to fulfill key positions in this province. I talked a lot about previously on this bill about the difficulties when the CEO, that the eventual hiring and firing responsibilities of the CEO, too much municipal time, CEO, is in the hands of the minister. How, if the day-to-day operations are the board's responsibility and setting the strategic direction and asking the CEO to execute the strategic plan, to manage the staff. And that's written in the legislation. You clearly want the board to do the day-to-day governance of the art gallery. You want the board to do that work. That's where it should properly happen. The minister shouldn't be doing that day-to-day work and the strategic direction. So the minister can give the board what the government priorities are, and then, you know, there's an accountability there. But in terms of the execution and the development of the strategic plan to meet those objectives of that organization, that should remain with the board, and the legislation confirms that. But then the board has one employee, the CEO, and they're the ones responsible and accountable to ensure that that is carried out throughout the organization. But unfortunately, if the hiring and firing of that CEO is with the minister and not the board, then the CEO is motivated to keep that minister happy and not necessarily the board. Yet the board, I'm sure, will be asked and expected to do the performance appraisal of that CEO, but they do not have the tools to actually fire a poorly performing CEO, because the minister is the one that has that ultimate authority. And that is extremely problematic, because, as we have stated in this House, there is a common understanding that ministers are busy people. We know sometimes it can take months to get a meeting with a minister. So how would the minister know the performance of the CEO? Now, some may argue, well, everything can be fine. There'll be people that will talk, and we'll know when things are getting off the rails. But what happens when there are serious issues that come before an organization. And that mess has the potential to hit the airwaves, that there's, we have instances, at the IWK of fraud, and, would the minister have, not knowing what's going on in that kind of situation, protect someone who is actually committing fraud? Because they're not sitting at the board table getting those reports from their treasurer. Eventually, yes, probably the minister would get briefed, but that may take months. What if there's a harassment breach? Breach of code of conduct by a CEO. And the board wants to act, but the minister, the CEO is a friend, a buddy of the premier. He's a nice guy. Maybe that's not true. What kind of disruption will that create in an organization? Or on the flip side, an accusation of harassment to the CEO that is not valid, but gets to the minister's office. The board's investigated it, found no validity, works through process, but the minister overreacts, there's something in the news, and fires someone who is falsely accused of an incident of harassment. I'm making things up here, obviously, but these are the kinds of things that happen. So another example would be a CIO with a substance abuse issue. Does the minister know and understand what's happening? Maybe the chair of the board can't get to meet with the minister for 2 or 3 months, so that the minister will make that final decision of terminating someone or getting someone some help. So that's where, and that is why governance, those are a few examples off the top of my head, why governance and that relationship of accountability is so fundamentally important. It's easy if you have a friend and you think they're qualified and you can put them in a position and everything goes along great, and 5 years later they retire and there's no problem there at all. But things do go wrong, and that's when you come back to bylaws, processes, policies, and governance structures that help you deal with those difficult situations. So, this isn't rocket science. These issues, the things that I am speaking about here, have been studied and reviewed and refined over the years. And people, academics, researchers, other governments have concluded that when there are problems of accountability and the structures of reporting are not clear, that's where problems occur. And what I'm seeing in this legislation, what I'm seeing in this government, to be pulling this power into the Premier's office, into the various ministers' office on these various crown corporations, is a step backwards. It's in fact saying, we this government does not want to follow good governance processes. I'd encourage members of the government to take a little perusal on the internet about governance and what good governance is. I took a couple minutes, and there's a report from March 2019 by the Ivy Business School on best practice principles for corporate governance for Crown corporations. Very specific. It does acknowledge that there are structures as proposed here occasionally, but points out that there are problems with it. I'll quote from this document, and I'm happy to table it for the members' benefit. On section 3.5 of this quite lengthy document on best practices, under 3.5 board relationship with the corporation's executive, I won't quote it all, but in the case of British Columbia corporations, the board is responsible for hiring and dismissing the Crown's CEO, unless otherwise specified in the organization's enabling legislation. Among many federal and other provincial Crown corporations, government retains the authority to appoint and dismiss the CEO, which can weaken the accountability relationship with the board. In such instances, it can be perceived that the CEO is more responsive to government and less responsive to the board's input and influence. It goes on to talk about how the board should be involved in the selection and appointment of the chief executive officer. And I'll quote from this section. The board form of governments generally assumes that the CEO is hired and reports directly to the board, who also possesses the ability to terminate the CEO if required. In the public sector, the board's ability to hire and fire the CEO is not always as clear-cut, as the CEOs of public sector organizations are sometimes appointed by government through order in council. If the government hires the CEO rather than the board, the CEO's accountability relationship with the board can be more complex and diffused. In such instances, it can be perceived that the CEO is more responsive to government and less responsive to the board's input and influence. So I go back to the point I made the other day. If I was a board member and I knew I was considering a position on the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia board, and I saw this legislation and how the minister actually had the ultimate control and relationship with the CEO, I would question going on that board. And people with strong governance and board experience will know that that is a red flag. Do we not want the best folks on a board? Do we want to be discouraging people with strong governance skills from being a member of a board by creating a structure that undermines their ability to be effective board members? That's what this legislation does. A highly effective executive director. And it's always hard to work for a board. Talk to any CAO at the municipal level. Many volunteer organizations. Working with boards can be challenging. Takes a lot of skill. But those talented CEOs will also look at this legislation and see that they are at the whim of a minister. Maybe that's not the best place to put my energies. Maybe I'll step away. Happy to work with a board. I've worked with many boards. But to have the minister being able to hire and fire over the wishes of the board is pretty concerning, because any CEO would know they're not getting into the minister's office unless they're a good friend, of course. So you're not only, through this legislation, creating potential problems with respect to the overall governance of an organization, you are limiting the attraction to talent to these organizations. I also wanted to refer to some work that was done by the federal government on Crown corporations. And again, if you go back to the points I was making earlier about the importance of defining what the problem is, communicating that to the public, looking at your options, and then making changes in policy, it appears in 2008 that is in fact what the federal government did. The Treasury Board of Canada in 2005 conducted a review. It was called the Review of the Governance Framework for Canada's Crown Corporations, meeting the expectations of Canadians. It was a report to Parliament in 2005. And they deal very directly with this question of the accountability and the roles and responsibilities of the structures of the Crown corporations. And Chapter 4 talks about clarifying the accountabilities. And how these roles are assigned by the Financial Administration Act, et cetera, going very, very clearly into the role of the minister and the boards, et cetera. So I do want to convey to the House and to this government that in 2005, this question was examined in detail by the federal government in terms of its Crown corporations, with the assistance of, if I remember correctly, if I've got the right document, with the assistance of the Auditor General in terms of the accountability structures of Crown corporations. And I'll quote a little bit from that and see how crystal clear the federal government was with respect to roles and responsibilities. Although Part 10 of the FAA, that's the Financial Administration Act, assigns roles and responsibilities to the responsible minister, the Governor and Council, the Board of Directors, and even Parliament, the government has determined that the accountability structure under the legislation should more clearly be articulated. In particular, the following relationships should be set out explicitly. The responsible minister is accountable to Parliament for the Crown corporations. The minister is accountable for the discharge of his or her responsibilities under Part 10 of the FAA and constituent legislation. I'll move on. In addition, the minister is answerable to Parliament for all activities of the corporation, including those pertaining to day-to-day operations. But then they go on to 2. The Board of Directors is accountable to the responsible minister for the stewardship of the organization. And again, 3, most clearly, the CEO is accountable to the Board of Directors for the management and performance of the corporation. So the measure number 1, as outlined in 2005, is that the government will clarify the accountability structure for Crown corporations included in the FAA in order to describe the relationship between Parliament, the responsible minister, the board of directors, and the CEO. So, Madam Chair, that is crystal clear in terms of what governments are doing with respect to Crown corporations to assure effective governance of those Crown corporations. So what we've been concerned about from the opposition benches is how this government, without any demonstrated study to evaluate what problems we might have in our Crown corporations, what the issues are that need policy change, whether there are any issues of governance that need to be adjusted. Again, no information, no rigor, no research, nothing to tell us what the problem is with these Crown corporations. And then they take the exact opposite approach to governance and the role of the minister in those Crown corporations. The exact opposite to the rigorous study of the federal government, to the rigorous study by academia and business schools. This government is taking the exact opposite approach. And again, without evidence, study, information for Nova Scotians, we can only conclude that Nova Scotia is returning to days of partisanship and helping hire your buddies. And this is why we want to take these long hours that the Premier has decided this legislation deserves, to sit to midnight every night. We need to take this time to stand up for Nova Scotians, for good governance, because we're truly worried about where this government is taking Nova Scotia. So I ask, once again, as my fellow colleagues have done, is for this government to reconsider how they are working with Nova Scotians, individuals, organizations, Crown corporations, and their employees, because the actions of this government are really undermining those relationships. I'm worried. I'm worried about what we're seeing here. And we have a government that is throwing around big numbers just after, I guess, writing them down on the back of an envelope, a napkin, over dinner. They're making fundamental changes to our organizations, our partnerships, without thinking without researching what would be the best structure for us to fulfill government's objectives to make Nova Scotia better. And unfortunately, when we ask questions about why and how and what rigor and what studies they are using to defend the actions they are taking, it is silence. It is silence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to express my concern. Bill 196. And this bill has been spoken last 2-3 days, rightly so. And I just want to say a few concerns in regard to this bill in a 3 different fold. One, we see this government consolidating all the powers in the leadership of this province. Secondly, I do have a concern, the lack of leadership and how we as elected officials should be working for the best interest of Nova Scotians. And we have seen that did not happen the beginning of this session. Third, I would like to say a few words, the value of arts in Nova Scotia. The Art Gallery of Nova Scotia is the piece of history of Nova Scotia. And we're not talking about here only the art gallery. We're talking about history. We're talking about tourism. We're talking about economic. We're talking about belonging. All those things encompass and identify we as a province who we are. You cannot take one or the other. And we as a province have a very rich history that we cherish. And the testimony is the amount of people who come to Nova Scotia as a tourist. It's one of those lifetime destinations. And quite honest, I was not that long ago, the United States, Boston, and I met a captain, a police captain, who is almost ready to retire. and somebody introduced me, and I told him I'm from Nova Scotia, and all of a sudden his face changed, and he was happy to see me, and he told me he has a checklist in his retirement, and Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, is one of his top lists to go. And that is the testimony of the beauty of this province and how people value. The reason I'm making that link with Art Gallery of Nova Scotia is they're all connected one another. Oftentimes, when I'm coming this house, crossing the light, I see a lot of tourist people going around that building without going even inside, taking pictures. Just to have that feeling they've been inside of that building. Imagine the arts that are inside the building. Imagine the people who are coming all the way to go inside that building. And right here, we're talking about to change that structure. And the people who have the responsibility to make this place that people to come and to visit. Imagine the amount of economic benefit for Nova Scotians, people who travel all the way to visit this art gallery. Who will take that responsibility and continue this service? I don't think it's not fair for the ministers to take more than what's already in their portfolio, in their responsibility. And quite honest, it's unhealthy. And oftentimes I ask myself, when something happens, those ministers, because we know things happen in life. When something happens, when something got wrong, who will take the responsibility? These individuals have a life, families. But if this trend to continue to add in their files more responsibility and more responsibility, I really believe it's a concern. And it's a concern of their well-being. It's a concern the well-being of Nova Scotia, because we need those individuals have the time and the mind to make right decisions. And that's why I do believe it's unhealthy. It has been asked this question over and over, and I'm going to echo that question. What is the reason? We as the opposition have a right to know. Our job is to make accountable this government and their decisions. Our job is to look what's the best for Nova Scotians. Our job is to make sure what passes this House is the best interest of Nova Scotians. And I feel this bill is not good for Nova Scotians. And one of the reasons is we know the best leadership and the best outcome is when the community stands itself, manage itself, and take the leadership itself. That's why we have so many non-profit organizations, institutions that run by citizens, board of directors, who sometimes don't get paid for. Those board of directors, most of the time, they are the most expertise. They have a passion, what they do, and make time because they believe it. And that's why it's important to value their expertise and their knowledge. That's why I personally believe this idea and policies and procedures that undermines the value and the well-being and the skills of the board of directors of any institution, specifically this board that has been managing the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. And that's a concern. I will echo my colleague. I really believe we deserve better than the way this House is functioning right now. We're partners. We're individuals that being elected across this province. We're supposed to work as a team, consult one another, convince one another, decisions that we're making, the reason and the rationales that are behind. And I don't see that example here. But it's doable. It's doable. Let's open the door. Let's listen to each other. And let's figure out what is the best interest of Nova Scotians. And there's nothing wrong to disagree. Absolutely nothing wrong. And that's why we've been elected. And that's why we have this system of a government and opposition. That's why we have democracy. And I'm sure some people are wondering why we're holding this long, because this is the power we have. To challenge, to question, and to debate. And that's healthy, because at the end of the day, that will give us a better resolution. That will give us better outcome. Imagine if all of us being here clune and just somebody makes a decision and we say kumbaya. What kind of society and what kind of government we'll be having? So I urge you, don't be frustrated. This is a healthy democracy. We're acknowledging each other. I know for the fact the government is a majority government, has the power to make decisions. But that decision is not absolute and cannot be absolute. But let's figure out what is the best interest of Nova Scotians. I know maybe that question will be answered. What is the rationale? What is the reason all this change to take place? I know for the fact in Nova Scotia we have a very wonderful art community who have passion and dedicate their life for arts and to present the value of Nova Scotia and the history of Nova Scotia. That's why we cannot take this for granted. That's why we cannot pass by this bill. And I really believe we need to take our time. I believe the government should reconsider this bill. And quite frankly, if this government to continue to dismantle these organizations and their leadership and their existence, Nova Scotia will not go that far. And we need to find out a way, solutions, ideas that we can be back what's best for Nova Scotians. And we can do that. We have done it before. We could do that. And this is one of the downsides of absolute power. Power corrupts. And we need to be mindful. We need to use that power, the best interest of Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians expecting better than this. And this is week 2. And we haven't been nowhere. I wonder sometimes who takes that responsibility. Sitting here 12 hours, all people who work this house, I wonder who reconsider their livelihood. Some of them have young children. Some of them are here 12 hours because nobody else can replace their role and their responsibility. I see we, as elected officials, and this is the fact, our seats are not filled always. We always move, come and go. But did anybody ask those clerks, those commissioners, badgers? I actually saw the other night, actually last Friday, it hit my heart. one of the beaches, I could tell young, and you know this young person have a class tomorrow morning. 12 midnight, you know this young man, young girl has exam tomorrow or has an assignment tomorrow. And it's okay for us to sit here and to be our phones, chat each other, reading books. Nobody even have care whoever is speaking, and no matter what subject they're speaking. And we are okay with.
Premier's okay. He's 70 hours.
This bill, Bill 196, is not the best interest of Nova Scotians. And let's reshape. Let's take more time. Let's reconsider. And I'm always trying to be optimistic, and rightly so, because I'm a big believer of doing the right things and doing the good things for our province and our people. And it is part of our democratic setting to have this dialogue and to challenge each other. But also, we're here to support the government. What's the best interest of Nova Scotians? We're here to guide. We're here to be part of the solution. But we like to see that leadership. We like to see that compromise and acceptance, rather than you do as I said. And it's doable, and we could do that. I'm wondering who will have the expertise of this, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. Who has the knowledge to take this valuable arts? Who can look after if we remove those who are the expertise, those who have the passion, those who have the knowledge? I can make that testimony as an individual that served different communities, different board of directors. Being a member of a board of directors, member of a board, is not easy. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. It takes a lot of skills to do the right things to do it. It takes a team, not individual. And here we're making a decision to give all that power the executive branch of the government. We're here to give that power a minister and to say, you're responsible this, make decision as you wish. And that's not healthy. How are we expecting, in the eyes of Nova Scotians, other people who are expertise, who have passion, their field, and their skills, to come forward and to serve their communities, to come forward and to make input decisions that will affect all Nova Scotians. And sometimes, actually, I wonder, we have a very short sight just to gain a political points to divide Nova Scotians, the central zone, and the rest of the province. And that is a danger. And the reason I'm saying this is some people, they think the only people who are beneficiary for our gallery is the central zone. Let me tell you, you're wrong. You're wrong. What happens is the central zone trickles down all the way in the shores of Nova Scotia. Secondly, those people travel one side of this province to the other side. Whether they grab a piece of pizza, a cup of Tim Horton, and a 20 liter of gas, and that's how it trickles down. And this idea of we don't care because it's a central zone, we don't see, we don't visit, it's a bad idea. It's a very dangerous idea. We, as a province, we connect with one another. We are related to one another. And we need to be mindful for that. Those who have this kind of thoughts and ideas, I will urge you to reconsider. What happens in Cape Breton affects us here. What happens in Yarmouth has the effect right here. And we need to be mindful for that. Let's figure out a solution that will be the best interest of Nova Scotians. Let's find out how we as elected officials can come together and to be a team Nova Scotia. Not team Conservative, team Nova Scotia. And make that to happen. This bill will not do any good for the art gallery of Nova Scotia. And I have stated earlier my reason, and I'm going to continue my reasoning, because one of the simple things that If you want to look institution, success and the failure of that institution, the only thing you need to look is the leadership. Who leads? And that will give you a real picture of the success of that organization and the failure of that organization. Because of that, we have a board, have the skills, have the knowledge, and the passion. And you can't beat that. You cannot replace that. And if you do it, one of two things will happen. Either you will restart it all over again, or there will be failure. And one of those two things will happen. And I really believe that will be a setback for the arts community. That will be something that's not good for Nova Scotians. And let's reconsider this bill, Bill 196. I'm very grateful so many members of this House spoke. So many valuable information, so many valuable ideas, so many good points has been mentioned. And it will be sad to see all those things being got lost. It will be a lack of leadership. All those value and points being lost. And that's why I believe it's worthwhile to reconsider. It's worthwhile to evaluate this bill. Some other members actually have mentioned a lot of good things. So in other words, everything encompassed this bill is not bad. But when you put things in scale, you give and take. And in my perspective, all those good things, what's worse is to remove that leadership. Because that leadership actually can recover, correct anything else that maybe need to correct, to improve, to make better. And we need to be mindful for that. On top of that, I think the most dangerous things that bill, as well as other actions and other decisions has been made. My biggest concern is this power that has been misused. This consolidation of power is my biggest concern. Because this kind of ideas will not going to stay only our gallery of Nova Scotia. If this continue of power grab, we will see this coming 3 years where we go in Nova Scotia. We will see who will be the next, what department will be the next. We will see what's gonna come after. And that's why I believe we have a chance to hold this and to say, let's put this in the brakes. Let's hold this idea of combining all the powers and through the history and our lifetime, we've seen when that happens, we've seen how power corrupts. We've seen how power misleads. And that will be my biggest concern. Of this bill, because this is the danger path to take to Nova Scotians. This is not a good idea. It's not a good policy. It's not a good leadership. It has no benefit for Nova Scotians. Let's work together. Let's be Team Nova Scotia. Let's consult each other. Let's give chance the expertise and those who have the knowledge and those who have the skills. And they are out there, many of them, and willing to put their time and to offer their expertise and their knowledge. Let's not waste. Let's be mindful. And I really believe it's doable. We have done it before, and we can continue. Let's give time each other. And let's lead Nova Scotians for the right path. And come up what is the best interest of Nova Scotians. I was saying my other day when I spoke, where's the idea? Made Nova Scotia, build Nova Scotia. What happened? I would like to see that in action, not in advertisement, because there is a difference. Because there is a difference, advertisement and action. You can say something and do nothing. and you don't say nothing, but you do something. It's a great idea. Made Nova Scotia, build Nova Scotia, but it must be an action. It must be a true idea. It must be true Nova Scotians. I'm going to continue being optimistic. I have a lot of respect, a lot of members of government. Unfortunately, sometimes because of the position that we are, we have differences. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's actually health. It's actually the best interest of Nova Scotians to disagree and agree. To listen to each other and to help at the same time. I, as a member of the opposition, I don't shy away to help the government if I see something that's the best interest of the Nova Scotian. And I hope other members of this House will have similar ideas, but also not to shy away each other to challenge. Not to shy away to make accountable each other. Not shy away to help each other. And we can do that. We can do that specifically. There's certain things that will not divide us. And art's actually one of them. Because there's no political gain for arts. We know, all of us, when we see something beautiful, we all cherish. And we ask each other, wow, who did this? And that testimony is just right here in this house. If you look around us, look all these pictures and all these signs. And sometimes you wonder, you know, who was the person who drew this picture? And that person, it may not be alive today, but his skills, his talent, right here in this house. And none of us can deny the person who drew that picture. And that's what we're talking about here today. That's what we're debating for. That's what we are discussing here. Should we deny this kind of talents and this kind of skills? Or should we uplift and cherish and to believe? I'm a believer this House will serve people of Nova Scotia. I'm a believer the member of this government will look what's the best interest of Nova Scotia. I'm a believer we can do the job that we're elected. The only thing we need to do is to look each other eye to eye and respect one another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The time allocated for discussion of this bill has elapsed. Shall the bill carry? There is a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied.
Order. I recognize the clerk for a recorded vote.
Brad Johns. Yes. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Carla McFarland.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Bain. Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Kelly Regan.
No.
Zach Churchill.
Order. Zach. I'd ask the honourable member for Yarmouth to leave until the vote's finished.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Ian Rankin.
Nope.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nichol.
No.
Ben Jessom.
No.
Keith Irving.
No.
Ali Duale.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. Carmen Kerr. Braden Clark. Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 29, nays 18.
The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 200, the Nova Scotia Museum Act, an act to amend?
Bill number 200, an act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2019, the Nova Scotia Museum Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 200 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 20th, 2022 without amendments and contains 3 clauses.
There you go. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the schedule carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Okay. Bells will ring for an hour until the whips are satisfied.
Order. There has been a call for a recorded vote. The clerk will now do the recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Carla McFarland.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Patricia Aaron.
Yes.
Angela Simmons.
Yes.
Brenda McGuire. Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrow.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Rafa DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessup.
Aye.
Keith Irving.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
Yes.
Herman Kerr. Braden Clark. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Oui.
Fred Tilley. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 46, nays 0.
The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 198, Emergency 911 Act and the Emergency Management Act, an act to amend?
Bill 198, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1992, the Emergency 911 Act, and Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 198 was referred back to the House from the Law Amendments Committee on October 24th, 2002, and contains 10 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to stand up and say a few words regarding the Emergency 911 Act. I swear I will not be long. As much as I do appreciate this bill, I think we need to bring telecoms to the table. And so I think with regards to this bill, telecoms, as much as they need to be to this table, I do have, and as much as I would love to find them for not coming to the table and not doing their jobs, I do have concerns regarding the constitutionality of the finding, and so I hope to hear from the minister regarding those concerns. And because telecoms are under federal, I'd like to hear about the minister about how this bill is constitutional on that aspect, and if the minister could please provide that information, that'd be great, so that we can know this going forward. We just don't want to see bills being in the courts again. And I just want to register again with what happened in my riding of Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier and in Cape Breton when telecoms went down. It had a serious impact on people being able to get in touch with their families. It had an incredible impact on, the fact that people were making decisions to travel from one end of the province to the other while cleanup was occurring to get to their loved ones. I know one point I was talking to my mother on the phone, and the next she couldn't hear from me, and the panic that arisen when she couldn't get in touch with me and thinking something happened rather than the telecoms had gone down. That's a very dangerous thing, and I also worry about how we communicate with people on safety when these telecoms do go down, especially when we've heard when radio had also gone down, and how we communicate safety precautions and safety warnings to people on this issue. And it's also, as I stand here today, I want to register that there are still people who do not have their internet service back yet, and are still waiting for that service to come back. And this is now a month later. And so this is a real serious issue. It's a very important issue. And I look for, like I said, I just want to register all of that again and find out about the constitutionality of being able to find these telecoms in a way to bring them to the table. Thank you.
I recognize the minister responsible for the Office of Emergency Management.
Comments. I will answer the one question you asked about constitutionality. So this is a subject of internal debate ourselves, and the constitutionality, where we landed was we have a profound responsibility through EMO for the Emergency Measures Act, and it is our belief that this resides in that territory, and so we feel it is constitutional.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall Clauses 2 and 3 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carry. Oh, I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to propose page 2, clause 4, clause 14(1)(EF), line 1, to add except persons who are essential to the restoration of telecommunication services immediately after persons.
Just waiting for the circulator.
We'll just take a couple of minutes while we get the amendment in
And
front
I'll
of
speak
people.
to it while we're waiting.
Do you want?
Lib 2. Yep. I like standing.
You can stand, but just wait until we have it.
Yep. I thought that they were all distributed.
Okay, thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, mixed speaker. So I'll start again.
Order. The member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth has the floor. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. I will repeat the amendment on page 2, clause 4, proposed clause 14(1) EF line 1 to add except persons who are essential to the restoration of telecommunications services immediately after the word persons. I add this amendment because having seen and been to many emergency management offices, it's typically not people on the field that are actually in the emergency management response center. The critical workers need to be in the restoration phase. So this is added because typically communications staff are who are present, and typically as well, they're not necessarily in the emergency management office, but they do have lines of communications open. Each telecom company has their own emergency center, as does Nova Scotia Power. So the lines of communications are more important than the actual. But in this particular amendment, it's about the person themselves that they are assigning to be involved and at the table with the telecoms. I have nothing further. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable minister responsible for emergency management office.
Thank you, mixed chair. I'm just struggling to understand this. What the intent of the bill was that a representative of the telecom would be physically present at the provincial coordination center, and if the intent of the proposed amendment is to not require that, then we would have a problem with that. We want that person, we want telecom representation right at the PCC, so we couldn't support it if I'm reading that correctly.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, mixed chair. For clarification, it's basically who the person would be that would be present from the telecom company, not a technician, but a communications person that's with the telecom company, not somebody who is actually needed on the field to restore the telecom.
I recognize the minister responsible for emergency management.
So I would say that I think that as it is written, it's sort of written broad, identifying a person or class of persons responsible for the compliance of the Act. It's a very broad interpretation, so possible on that. It's possible it could be one type of person or another. It would be up. So I guess I would not support the amendment.
Shall Amendment Lib 2 for Clause 4 carry? There has been a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied.
Order. I recognize the clerk for a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Carla McFarland.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John White.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Brendan McGuire. Kelly Regan. Zach Churchill. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanza.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessup.
Aye.
Keith Irving.
Yes.
Ali Duala.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Braden Clark. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 11, nays 34.
The amendment has been defeated. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carry. Oh, I recognize the honourable member from Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 3, Clause 6, proposed subsection 11A. Was it handed out?
Oh, sorry. Can the clerks hand out the amendment?
Report. It's this one.
I recognize the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. Page 3, Clause 6, proposed subsection 11A3, add the following clause immediately after Clause B to be C, the creation of a vulnerable persons registry, and re-letter the remaining clauses accordingly. 30% of Nova Scotians live with a disability. Nova Scotia has the highest rate of disability in Canada. While over half of reported disabilities are due to pain or mobility conditions, there are also invisible disabilities. 41% of Nova Scotians 65 years and older have reported at least one disability. With one of the highest aging populations in our country, we should be also doing more to protect our seniors, especially during extreme weather events. This information was taken from novascotia.ca, and I'll table that. Advocates have been calling for this registry for some time, and those of you who are on law amendments heard from two that presented just this past week. They even identified, while we don't want to be prescriptive in this room, they identified 5 key areas on how this could be done. Enable Nova Scotia to develop and maintain a voluntary vulnerable persons registry. Assign EMO with the responsibility for this registry. Ensure that the planning, design, and implementation of the registry be a collaborative and integrated initiative involving all stakeholders, including first voices from the vulnerable community. Require critical service providers to integrate the registry into their systems. Provide EMO with the 1-year deadline to complete the registry design and operational plan along with a budget. And work with the established Nova Scotia's Accessibility Directorate in the Justice Department to have this registry come to fruition. We should listen and act. Storms are only going to become more common and worse with climate change. Each one of us knows the anxiety of being without power, flooding, but I can't imagine the anxiety that stirs within someone with a disability. These major weather events, for those who live, especially those who live independently, independence is encouraged. Aging in place is encouraged. But if you're in a wheelchair, who knows that who's going to go at a time of climate change and check in on you? Not everyone has family to check in on them. This makes perfect sense to start this Vulnerable Persons Registry. And I'm taking the opportunity now, while the Emergency Management Act is before us in this House. I could go on, and I could say many ways on how to create this registry, but that's the government's job. And I don't have a whole lot to say other than trying to impress upon you the need for this registry. We all know a vulnerable person. Whether they're up on the 10th floor or whether they're on the ground floor. I want to thank the woman from Antigonish that presented to law amendments as well. Her story made the media. Everyone is supportive and feels that this needs to be done. So I appeal to this government to pass this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Shabakdo.
Say a short word in support of this amendment. It seems to me that many of the conversations following Fiona were a little different than ones that we experienced following Dorian or Juan or other major storms of recent years. There's a kind of a conversational pattern that happens after those sorts of events where when we meet, we
we talk about the length of the power outage, and we talk about quite, spectacular physical things that have happened with trees and this person's roof and so on. But it seemed to me that in those hundreds of conversations that take place in neighborhoods, particularly, that more of them that do it during normal times, that there was an ingredient that I don't remember being present quite so much in previous occasions, and that was where people were sharing stories with one another about people they knew who had been in a wheelchair on such and such a floor, or whose power chair battery supply had run out, and the people in the building had to be innovative in such a way in order to support them, and stories about vulnerable people and the particular circumstances in which the storm had left them seems to me to have become a part of the fabric with which we in Nova Scotia thought about and talked to each other about what we had just been through. I think it is really quite extraordinary when we think about the vulnerable people who were days and days and days without a power supply in their homes. It is extraordinary that there were not more medical emergencies which people did not find themselves unable to reach 911 or unable to call someone to come and help them. I think that there was not a greater loss of life during those days, I think, is a remarkable thing, and something for which we should all be very grateful. But it is true that in every disaster and in every major weather event, there are always things to be learned. We have heard from the government about how there are things to be learned about the place of telecommunications in emergency control. And this is very important, and obviously an area where steps are going to be made forward. But I think it's also true that out of Fiona, one of the things that has been learned is the particular vulnerability when the power is down for extended periods of vulnerable people. And that this is one of the things that we, as we learn the lessons of recent weeks and go forward, this is one of the things we need to be mindful about. So in our view, this is a constructive idea, a good amendment, and we support it.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to stand and speak in support of this amendment to the Emergency 911 Act, to the proposed amendment to the Emergency 911 Act and the Emergency Management Act. I'm probably not alone. Probably each one of us as MLAs heard from vulnerable persons during Hurricane Fiona. And certainly Cumberland North was no exception to that. Very early on, I received messages from family members, from those that were at home that were unable to do their home dialysis. And for those of you that are not familiar with that procedure, there's people that do their own dialysis at home. They hook up to a machine at night, and while they're sleeping, they have home dialysis. So I had people in my constituency that were unable to receive that dialysis treatment. Now, people can go a couple of days and it not be life-threatening, but they can't go for prolonged days. And in Wallace and Malagash area, residents were 14 days without electricity. And also in rural Nova Scotia, without electricity, you also have no running water. And that means no running water for drinking, as well as for your septic, for your bathroom. So it's quite a concern. So I believe this is a very good idea. It's a good amendment. I know the member that's tabled this amendment has also proposed a bill with the same suggestion. So my recommendation to the minister would be, if they don't support this bill, this amendment, that they would consider the bill in its entirety. Of course, whenever we make a suggestion, we always have to look at the cost that would be involved, and my recommendation would be to look at how much money is sitting in the 911 fund that is part of this act. I would be interested to know, I did ask that question in second reading as well, how much money is sitting in the 911 fund right now that's not being used. I know a couple of years ago there were amendments to this act, and there was quite a discussion around, there was quite an abundance. I know we weren't allowed to use the word slush fund. It was a derogatory term, I believe, but there was a lot of discussion around how much excess funds were sitting in the 911 fund, because now nearly everyone has a cell phone. So in a family that used to have one landline, if there's 6 members of a certain age, you're looking at 6 individual phone lines. So the fund had an abundance of cash. So my recommendation would be to use the money in the 911 Act, if in fact there is money there available, to look at creating a database for a vulnerable persons registry. It could be self-refer, or it could be referred by family members or healthcare professionals or MLAs with informed consent of the person that would be considered vulnerable. So I mentioned persons that receive home dialysis, but I also heard from family members and as well as residents who receive home oxygen and were unable to get their tanks filled and also use their machine at home. Another significant consideration are those living at home on ventilators, and persons with ALS are often in that situation if they're able to be in their own home. And of course, if there's no backup power supply with somebody on a ventilator, it would be immediate death. So in situations where family members require electricity for situations due to health, someone mentioned to me during Hurricane Fiona, well, they can just buy a generator. And let's face it, most people, at least in Cumberland North, and I believe most people in Nova Scotia, do not have the funds, aren't able to financially purchase a generator. So it's not that simple. There is also the issue of fuel, access to fuel. In many communities, including the community of Pugwash, there was no gas station open for several days. And then the small communities that did have a gas station, such as the community of Wallace, ran out of fuel, and the fuel truck was not able to get there. They did not always have access to fuel. And then when they did, there was often long lineups, long waits. So having fuel for a generator, if in fact you have a generator, is also a significant factor. So we also heard from people in law amendments, as the MLA mentioned, that tabled the amendment. And certainly they gave good, strong arguments as to why this vulnerable persons registry should be considered. And one discussion was around wheelchairs. And certainly I heard from residents in Cumberland North that were stuck on 2nd, 3rd, 4th floors in government seniors' homes that were not able to get to another level simply because they were not mobile and they couldn't walk. And one person, unfortunately, did try to go down the stairs and had a very bad fall, unfortunately. So having a registry, a database, would definitely help. I think it would give peace of mind also to those people that are living vulnerably, knowing that someone is going to be looking out for them, that they're not alone, that they're not abandoned. Definitely our seniors' homes, and they're already living in government housing, would be a specific target group that I would recommend looking at first. Back in 2019, when we had Hurricane Dorian, Cumberland North, some areas, again, the Wallace-Malagash area, lost power up to 8 days. And during this most recent hurricane, on day 7, I met with our local municipal officials to request wellness checks to those still without power, knowing the large senior population and knowing that there were many vulnerable people living in those areas without power, without running water, without septic. And right before the meeting, I had a VON nurse reach out to me who was very upset with the conditions that they were finding some people living in rural Nova Scotia as they were going and doing their home nursing care. Many situations, including people without medications and having no phone line to ask for medications, having no transportation, many not being able to leave their properties due to downed trees, and no access to internet or electricity. They were finding people in very, very challenging situations. Unfortunately, my request for ground search and rescue to help do wellness checks was denied by EMO, by our municipal government, and I think that also should be looked at. When there is a real concern by local nurses, by local MLAs for vulnerable persons, that request should be respected. I felt that it wasn't just a disrespect to me, it was a disrespect to the nurses that had contacted me with very, very valid concerns of vulnerable people in our area. Those are my comments to this amendment, and I hope the minister will consider them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for North Side Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also would rise to give my 2 cents on this amendment, and I fully support this amendment. I'm sure, like everyone else, during the aftermath of the hurricane, many, many people fell through the cracks. People, and without knowing that someone was in a precarious situation, things could have been a lot more serious. And you know, I can think of multiple examples. One being private senior homes. So not necessarily nursing homes, but seniors' residences where the seniors are living in apartments and they have no generators. I would have just assumed that these buildings that are housing our most vulnerable populations would be required to have a secondary power source. And I really believe that that's something that we should be looking at going forward to in any new builds of senior residences, that part of the code should be that they have a secondary power source generator, Madam Speaker. And it was only due to a wellness check by Ground Search and Rescue, and it's one of the member statements that I did last week, where it was identified that a residence with 25 apartments and no generator, power out for 10 plus days, no ability to cook, no lights, no heat, you know, and fortunately, based on that wellness check, those seniors became very well looked after by the community, and there was lots of rallying around them. But how many other seniors who might be living in their own home or might be living in another building that we didn't know about are you know, went through a terrible time during that 10 or 11 days. So the fact of having this registry would give peace of mind to those that are vulnerable and their families who are at home wondering, you know, how their loved one is doing. So, you know, for me, I think this is one mechanism that we can put in place to protect our most vulnerable family members, our most vulnerable community members. And Madam Speaker, I would urge our friends across the way to either consider this amendment or consider the bill that the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth, or Dartmouth Cole Harbour Dartmouth, has put forward, because it is very important. And with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So although I can't recommend that we approve the amendment that's before us right at this moment, what I do want to offer to members across from us and the mover is the fact that we did clearly hear what was stated at law amendments. One of those actually was a former employee of DOJ, and so I believe government is looking at its various different agencies, touches on different departments. It's very multi-departmental, so DCS, seniors advanced, seniors in long-term care, EMO, accessibility under DOJ, health. So we have all kind of had a discussion about it. We do think there's some merit in it, and from DOJ's perspective, I've asked staff to go and see what we can. So hopefully we'll come back at future time with something, and I'll certainly consult with the member as well.
I recognize the Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just want to address the comments from the member for Cumberland North on Next Generation 911, the 911 fund. If the House will forgive me for giving very approximate numbers off what I remember seeing a couple months ago, but there's $4 or $5 million in that fund, and we, I believe, charge on a monthly rate in the vicinity of 40-50 cents, and New Brunswick's already charging over 90 cents a month. And the fund will be depleted by Next Generation 911, which is coming in 2025. And the moment Next Generation 911 arrives, I hope you appreciate there can't be even one split second of any interruption of service. It's got to be seamless. You never know what call might get missed. So there's an enormous amount of work going into Next Generation 911, and there's you all understand we have many different ways of calling 911 now. Our car might call 911, or our wristwatch, or you know. So there's a lot there, and that fund will be depleted by that effort, and in all probability will be going something closer to New Brunswick's fee structure, a higher fee structure, simply to fund Next Generation 911. So that's where that's headed. So, but those are very, very ballpark numbers, but I wanted to address that.
Shall the amendment carry?
Or to vote.
The bells shall ring until the whips are satisfied, or for an hour.
order. The clerks will proceed with the recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Carla McFarland.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Creek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
Oh.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John White.
Nope.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Angela Simmons.
Yes.
Brenda McGuire. Kelly Regan. Zach Churchill.
Aye.
Ian Rankin. Derek Momberquette.
Yes.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Kent Bain. Keith Bain. Rafa Di Costanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Keith Irving. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. Carmen Kerr. Braden Clark. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 13, nays 29.
The amendment is defeated. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 206, Underground Hydrocarbon Storage Act, an act to amend?
Bill 206, an act to amend Chapter 37 of the Acts of 2001, the Underground Hydrocarbons Storage Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 206 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 20th, 2022, without amendments, and contains 32 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. There you go. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 207, the Electricity Act, an act to amend respecting the Hydrogen Innovation Program?
Bill 207, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act, respecting the Hydrogen Innovation Program. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 207 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 20th, 2022, without amendments, and contains 3 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carry. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. We have some change sheets to distribute, so shall we just wait a minute?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair, and I'd like to draw the House's attention to CWHB NDP 1 and propose the following amendment. On page 1, clause 2, propose subsection 4FA3, delete and substitute the following. 3, the minister may only approve an application made under subsection 2 if A, the hydrogen facility produces hydrogen using renewable energy. B, the minister has gathered and considered input from local communities and stakeholders respecting the application. And C, the hydrogen facility meets the Hydrogen Innovation Program requirements and conditions prescribed by the regulations. So, Mixed Chair, this amendment comes from well, our own sort of initial concerns about the bill, but also definitely what we heard at Law Amendments Committee, which did confirm some of our worries about the bill and its wording. Despite the government's insistence that this bill was introduced to support the development of green hydrogen in the province, not once does the legislation refer to green or renewable produced hydrogen. Instead, it just says hydrogen, and that opens the door to hydrogen produced using natural gas or coal as well. Lot of chatter. This oversight did not seem to fit with the spirit and proposed goal of the legislation or with our province's goal of moving towards to getting off coal, which is why we've put this amendment forward. As we heard from representatives of the Ecology Action oh my God, the Ecology Action Center, and they stated in their submissions yesterday, quote, opening up, sorry, not yesterday, but at Law Amendments Committee, opening up potential for development of gray hydrogen or blue hydrogen is counter to meeting the province's emission reduction goals stated within the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 53% below 2005 levels by 2030 and reaching net zero emissions by 2050. We all know, mixed speaker, mixed chair, that those are our very ambitious and important goals, and we need to be making sure that we're always on target to meet those. So our proposed amendment would limit approved projects under this program to those where the hydrogen facility produces hydrogen using renewable energy. The second element of the amendment would also limit these projects to those that the minister has gathered and considered input from local communities and stakeholders respecting the application. And this is a big thing, mixed chair. We had concerns about the government's bill's lack of consultation requirement, which ignored any of the impacts that the hydrogen projects could pose to local communities and environments. And we know from all kinds of from all kinds of projects that have taken place, or all kinds of plans that have been put in place to do with natural resources and renewables in Nova Scotia, that community consultation is one of the most important things that can happen, that needs to happen before anything can go forward, for both environmental impacts, but also impacts on community and on, water courses and land in general. So I really hope that the minister will consider this amendment. It has not been proposed lightly. We think that it will improve the legislation considerably by making sure that our hydrogen initiatives are green hydrogen initiatives. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further speakers, we will proceed with the vote on this amendment. Shall the amendment pass? No. The amendment has been defeated. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, mixed chair. Would you please call Bill number 210, Regulations Act, and Act to amend?
Bill 210, an act to amend Chapter 393 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Regulations Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 210 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 24th, 2022, without amendments, and contains 10 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, mixed chair. Would you please call Bill number 211, the Builders Lien Act, and Act to amend?
Bill 211, an act to amend Chapter 277 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Builders Lien Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 211 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 24th, 2022, without amendment, and contains 10 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 204, Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, an act to amend respecting marketing levies?
Bill 204, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, respecting marketing levies. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 204 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 20th, 2022, without amendments, and contains 4 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 203, the Labour Standards Code, an act to amend?
Bill 203, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 203 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 20th, 2022, without amendments, and contains 8 clauses.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
I just wonder if you could distribute the, as we have it.
Sorry, please distribute the change sheets, and we'll just wait a couple of minutes so everyone has those. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. On page 1, I would like to add immediately before Clause 1 the following additional clause. 1, this act may be cited as Ruby's Law. Pages 1 to 3, renumber the clauses 1 to 8 as 2 to 9. As I look at each one of you, I want to thank you for the support that I received in the House. Especially to the Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration. We've had many conversations and they were heartfelt, and I thank you for that. I can't begin to tell you what it meant to my daughter and her husband, Stephen. As you know, she spoke at Law Amendments, And she said one of the greatest gifts to lost parents is to hear people say their child's name. And it has been healing to hear members of this House say Ruby's name. It's been healing to hear media say Ruby's name. It's been meaningful to everybody, to the hundreds of people who contacted me in support of this and thanking me for doing it. Speaks volumes to what the loss of Ruby meant and what it meant to everybody in Nova Scotia. Like my daughter said, she also would like to dedicate it to Margot, Mason, Haley, Carter, Ellie, Jack, and all the other babies of parents whom she came to know throughout the past years in her support group. It is truly the best, worst club to be part of, and their support has been critical to my healing. It is for that club that I put this amendment on the floor, honoring not just Ruby, but all the babies. And when they say Ruby's Law in the future, just citing it simply, they will remember what happened in this house. They will know what each member here did, and it will help them heal, just like it helped my family heal. It's not an onerous matter. Doesn't require much work. It's just a small amendment, but it would mean so much. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. I just want to take a couple of minutes and speak on this amendment. We in the NDP caucus are in full support of the amendment. I'll say that right off. We all know that the reason we are talking about this bill in the first place is because of the member from Cole Harbour Dartmouth bringing it to the floor of the legislature. And we know that she did that because of the personal story that she and her family live with, the personal loss of Ruby, baby Ruby. We should all be very grateful to the member for bringing this bill forward. Because of her bravery, her honesty, her vulnerability, we are making a law that will actually tangibly support people who are facing the loss of a pregnancy or a stillborn child. And that's big. That's really important. And we know that so many people have lived through this unspeakable sadness. And there are many babies' names. We know that. But the reason we're here tonight is because of baby Ruby. And because of the work and the passion that the member from Cole Harbour Dartmouth has come to this room with, this house with. There is precedence, Mixed Chair, for naming laws after people. The most sort of obvious example I can think of is Jordan's Principle, which we now know. We know what Jordan's Principle is. We might not know the full story of Jordan, but we know that it was named after a little boy, 5 years old, who died, named Jordan. So it happens all the time. I did a quick Google search, and in many, many countries, there are laws named after people for all of these same types of reasons. And so why would we not honor the piece of legislation, the story and the life that has been brought to the floor of this legislature, which has prompted this important piece of legislation by naming it Ruby. And we're not even, the member's not even asking for the bill to be named that, but in clause 1 there is a place where we can say this bill whatever the actual title of it is, the amended Labor Standards Code, this amendment or this part of the bill can also be known as Ruby's Law, which is, extremely appropriate and would mean so much, as the member said. When the member from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, and her family went through the loss of Ruby, the member asked to her daughter and to her daughters, to the people in her support group, what can I do? How can I use my voice in the legislature to bring any kind of solace or peace or support to what you're going through? And this piece of legislation is what they said would be the most meaningful and most helpful. So for all of those reasons, I implore the government to say yes to this amendment. There is no reason not to, and there are so many reasons to.
I recognize the honourable member from Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mix Chair. I too stand in support of my colleague's amendment. There's times we're all here, we're on different teams, but I would hope that we're all here at the end of the day for the right reasons. And there's sometimes, Mix Chair, when we have to put politics aside. And this is a human story. And I believe, and it just baffles me that nobody's paying attention. And this is very important. And I believe that this bill, this amendment should be accepted. It's a small amendment to this bill. And the member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, poured her heart and soul into this, and I support her. The caucus supports her. The entire community supports her. So let's do the right thing and let's pass this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I want to thank the member for Cole Harbour, for Dartmouth, for this. Boy, okay. And to your daughter. I am one of those people who have lost children through pregnancy loss. And Ruby's Law means a lot to me, and it means a lot to every person who has lost a child through pregnancy loss. And to have it stuck in an act to amend Chapter 246 Revised Statutes 1989 of the Labor Standards Code does a disservice to the importance of this bill. It does a real disservice to those who have suffered this kind of loss. And so the member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth said the names should be read out loud, that hearing the names of those children are healing. And I think in my heart of hearts, in my deepest of thoughts, that naming this bill, this act, Ruby's Law, can only allow for more healing, and it allows for the human side of this bill and the pain of this bill and the healing. But the human side of it is that these were children, for those who've lost their children, for those who had wanted to be pregnant, for those who wanted to have a child, it gives it humanity rather than a cold document. And that to any individual means more, to have a document that has warmth rather than cold. It means a lot to us. And so I support this wholeheartedly, and I hope my colleagues will support this wholeheartedly, because it is a small little change that means so much to so many. And so to the member of Cole Harbour Dartmouth and to your daughter, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, mixed speaker. I want to just say a few quick words. A lot has been said, and I never had a chance to speak on the bill before. I just want to stand in support of my friend, the member from Cole Harbour Dartmouth, for really just pouring her heart out on the floor of the legislature and sharing a story that has impacted so many families across this province and beyond. I implore, I do want to say this, that I was involved early on with the conversations when it started with the department. And the minister was a complete class act. And I really want to thank her for her work in listening to the member here from Cole Harbour Dartmouth. You know, we have lots of battles and debates, and emotions run high, and the minister was just a class act. And I want to get that on the record. She was there from the beginning. She was there from the beginning. She showed a ton of love and compassion, and really took the time and spent the time with the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour to get to this point. And that has to be said on the record. Politics is what it is, parties is what it is, but the minister had the opportunity to do something in that portfolio, in this position. This is something special, and I really want to get on the record as the House leader and somebody who was involved with those conversations early on to thank her, and her team and her assistant. So I just want to say how important, how proud I am of the member from Cole Harbour Dartmouth. I stand with her. It's just amazing the work that she's done since she's become an MLA and part of our team. It's just, she's asking for a small change here. I think that this is one that can be accommodated, and I really hope that the government takes a look at it to really finish the work that was started and the work that all sides have been involved with. So I'll leave it there for now, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, mixed speaker, and I stand in support of this amendment. I also stand in support of another female MLA in this House, a member from Cole Harbour Dartmouth. And I'm so proud of her. Each one of us are motivated to come into politics and put our name on the ballot for a reason. And this mixed speaker was the reason that this MLA put her name on a ballot. And I can say, as a mom of 4 amazing children, I'm so proud of them, if ever there was a bill that should be cited by a real person, by a real baby, it's this bill. By approving this amendment, it brings a real personal, real life touch to the bill, as it should. It respects the spirit of this bill. I hope that the minister and the government will accept this amendment out of respect for Ruby, out of respect for our fellow member who had the courage to run for office for this entire purpose of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a few moments to reiterate what my colleagues have been saying in regards to this amendment. I think that the member for Cape Breton Centre said it best or plainly. This is such an innocuous sounding bill. This is such a sterile sounding bill. The Labour Standards Code and Act to Amend when talking about a very personal issue. And as has been stated, this doesn't require anybody to call it Ruby's Law. It allows us the option to refer to it as Ruby's Law. That little word there that says may means so much because it doesn't do anything except give people the option of personalizing this very personal story. And I was on the record in second reading, and I want to get on the record again to say how proud I am of my colleague, the member from Dartmouth, from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. This is not always a safe atmosphere. And to share such a personal story, to allow yourself to feel so vulnerable, as many of our other colleagues have during the debate and the discussion around this, is something that needs to be applauded. I feel so strongly, and I hope that the government can see that this is something so easy for us to agree on. We've sat through a couple weeks now where we seem to have clearly disagreed on a number of things. But here we are, we have an opportunity to find common ground, find agreement for something that transcends politics, for something that transcends legislation. We have an opportunity here to find meaning from tragedy. And that's at the heart of this bill. At the heart of this bill, or these amendments, are to give grieving parents the opportunity to heal and to take time and to not have to be thrust back into work and into reality. We have friends, we have family members who are currently going through this. And it is such a complex, grief is such a complex thing. And to grieve the loss of something that never was adds a whole other layer to that complexity. There's no easy way to grieve. There's no easy way to get over it. You just can't get over it. The platitudes that are given to individuals when they deal with pregnancy loss are so meaningless and so empty. Yet somehow, in this legislative assembly, where it can be argued that a lot of the things that we discuss is quite boring and quite sterile and quite, matter of fact, and amongst all of this, we've been able to come together, government and opposition, and find a common ground about a very human and personal story. And this, Mixed Chair, in my opinion, this amendment is just adding a cherry to the top of that. It doesn't set anything in stone. It doesn't take away from the intention of the Labour Standards Code as a whole. It adds a little caveat that allows those of us who were a part of this, those of us who experience this and will be able to benefit from this amendment, to remember who it was that started the conversation and why this is so important. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I implore all members of this House to support this amendment.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to put my comments forward, just that this bill really augments the importance of women's representations in this House, especially the member from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, and the Minister, working together for such an important bill. And I think that all members should take stake in how we became, how we got here, how this bill is before the House, and speaking to the amendment, the purpose of the renaming the bill is because of the event that it involved a person named Ruby. And I think that's why the amendment is important for all members to recognize, and the fact that we all come to this House for different reasons, and that we can all remember those reasons and how personal they are to us, and how much it takes all of us a lot to have the courage to run for public office, and why we want to put bills forward. The member and all members brought forward many stories that are similar. And the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth is basically able to tell those stories through Ruby. And that's why labeling this bill by the original author of the bill is so important. So I would say calling the bill by that name would show some humility on behalf of the government, which should show continued courage that the minister has already shown, and some compassion. And so that's why I think, and I am confident, that the members on the government side will support this to ensure that Ruby's name lives on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Question of the naming of the bill has generated a conversation on our side of texting, and I can tell you that we are no strangers to grief on this side. I'm no stranger to grief. I know this House knows that. I lost a son in 2014 at age 21. 3 weeks later, my dad, who had died of cancer, but who I had been a partner with and worked with my whole life. But we also lost a child at 4 months age, crib death. So I've experienced more than my share of grief, and it is my opinion that we all find a way to transform that into something good in our lives, or we don't, but that we all need to, and we understand that on this side, and I understand that, and I say that all to say that this conversation that happened here just now on text messaging back and forth has come to the conclusion that we will support this amendment.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I'm not saying many words. All I said, this is why we need women in the House. We need more women in the House to bring legislation like this. I hope we'll always see more than 50% women, because we bring so much more to the table. Thank you. Thank you.
Shall Lib Amendment 1 carry? Carry. Shall clauses 2 to 6 carry? Carry. We're just going to back up from it. Shall clause 1 carry? Carry. Clauses 2 to 6? Carry. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, mixed chair. So I'd ask for NDP 1 change sheets to be distributed at this time.
Before I recognize the honourable member from Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, I just want to reconfirm that clauses 2 to 6 are carried. Clauses 2 to 6 are carried. Clause 7, I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I will ask the House to look at NDP change sheet 1, page 2, clause 7, proposed subsection 59F2, delete an unpaid in the first line and substitute a paid. B, delete biological in the second line of clause C. C, and add or at the end of clause C. D, delete clauses D and E and substitute the following. D, another person experiences an end of pregnancy and the employee would have become the parent of a child born as a result of pregnancy. Page 3, clause 7, proposed subsection 63, delete and substitute with the following. 3, an employer may not require an employee who takes a leave of absence under section 59F or 59G to provide proof of end of pregnancy. Page 3, clause 7, proposed subsection 64, A, delete or subsection 3 in the first line. B, delete D or E in the second line and substitute or D. Mixed Chair, our caucus is putting forward these amendments in the bill in an effort to improve on this important change and make it more accessible for all people. Ruby's law is very important, and I think we need to I would like to make it stronger by adding these amendments. And it's important, it's an important change, but the few improvements it can impact are felt further. The first is removing the requirement for proof to be provided by an employee about absence. At a law amendments committee, we heard from Lisa Cameron from the Workers' Action Center. The center helps many people and employees who are facing reprisal from their employer after disclosing a pregnancy or an intent to become pregnant. Removing the proof provision would help protect against further incidents of this kind of discrimination. People are already, Mixed Chair, daily fighting gender discrimination in the workplace, and we don't need to open up another avenue for this to occur. Also, we hear frequently that many doctors are refusing to provide medical proof required by employers, and they find it unjust and a waste of their limited time. And secondly, we're amending the bill to provide for 5 days of pregnancy loss and leave. And this is a critical aspect. And I'm going to speak to it a little bit. So, although today I am the mom of Rory and Isla, in 2018, I lost 2 pregnancies. I lost 2 children whom I had anticipated, who I had waited excitedly for, that when that strip turned pink and the positive sign was shown to me, I was more ecstatic than I ever remember being in my whole entire life. Because at that point in time, I was ready to be a mom. I was ready to hear those words. And then, so in February, it was the Super Bowl, and I just found out I was pregnant. And then in March of that, month or so late, half a month later, the baby had no heartbeat. And at that time, it was, what are you going to do? How are we going to take care of this? Obviously, my body wasn't doing what it was supposed to do, and that was allow the body to naturally miscarry. And so I ended up with a DNC, but before I ended up with a DNC, I had to take the pill that would allow for a miscarriage, which ended up with me sitting in an emergency room. And I say this not to be grotesque. I say this not to be sensationalistic. I say this because it speaks to this amendment. It speaks to a mindset that people are in. I sat in a room less than 24 hours of hearing that there was no heartbeat to my child. And I sat in the ER waiting to be called, to be taken up to the OR for a DNC. And I became, in that moment, what I call a biohazard, because I'd waited for so long. When I was finally taken up to get my DNC and I had awoken, the whole reality of the situation was then when it hit me. My mind wasn't on a doctor's note. My mind wasn't on what are the next steps for my employment. My mind was somewhere else. My mind was in forms of denial, in grief, in pain, and at times a cover-up. I'm okay, I'm fine, I'm strong, I'm tough, I'll get through this. That's where my mind was. In my second pregnancy, in which I lost, it was a similar situation. My body wasn't allowing the pregnancy to end naturally, and I was in more pain than I would ever imagine I would be, and I was in an emergency room, lifting off the table in pain that my mother said was actually looked worse than childbirth. And I felt like my body was fighting itself. Again, I had to go for another DNC. But my mind wasn't on calling in sick. My mind wasn't on a doctor's note. My mind was barely on work, except to say that I had no paid leave. My former job as a counselor, I had no leave, really. It was often at the times the discretion of my colleagues if I could miss a meeting or not. But I could take some time. I was able to do that, but others were not. But my mind, again, was not on, do I need a doctor's note? Oh, I should get a doctor's note. Should I do this? Should I do that? My mind, again, I was numb. I became numb. I was in denial. I was in pain. And I also had a feeling of being stuck and anger. I was angry. My body didn't do what it was supposed to do, and I was mad at it. But again, I wasn't thinking about the next steps. I wasn't thinking about a doctor's note. But I knew how to get to work. I knew I had people to serve, regardless of the amount of pain I was in, I knew I had people to serve because I didn't have time to take off. And I think, Mixed Chair, when I think about that time and my mindset, it's not a mindset of somebody who could be thinking clearly, because how could you? You're grieving. And I think if someone had said to me, you need a doctor's note, I think I would have collapsed. I'll be honest. I think my whole body would have shut down, because that would be another thing that I had to do that I didn't think I could, because I honestly didn't know what I was going to do at that moment. And I think of those people who are going to work every day, who are struggling to put food on the table. They're struggling, wondering how they're going to keep a roof over their heads. They may have other children they need to provide for. And paid leave for them is important. Job protection is great. It's good. But it doesn't put food on the table. A paid leave does. It allows the person room to breathe, take a breath, room to grieve, and allow themselves to heal. Because, Mixed Chair, what nobody talks about is not, and I've said this before, it's not just the mental and emotional healing that needs to take place. There's a physical healing. There's a physical healing that takes place. Your body has gone through a trauma. Your body is still recovering from that trauma. And to ask somebody to get a doctor's note, which, you know, you could wait weeks after that 5-day period or what have you, and then finally maybe get that doctor's note, because nobody's thinking in that moment when you're sitting in your doctor's office and they tell you there's no heartbeat. Or the doctor walks in and says, I'm so sorry, your child is stillbirth. You're not thinking of those next 5 days of getting a doctor's note so you can get paid. And I think by allowing a paid leave, what we would be doing was allowing those parents time to breathe, time to grieve without having to worry about the paperwork. And that's why this is very, very important to me. And it's why I give just a little bit of my story, because it's important to understand when you're making these bills, the mindset of somebody who's going to utilize the bill. It's important to understand that their mind is not on the paperwork. Their mind is not on the next steps. Their mind is on maybe nothing. Maybe they can't even think. Maybe it's on, I have to go to work. This law is great. It's going to protect somebody else, but I have to go to work because I cannot afford not to go to work. It's on, oh, you know, I may not get the pay. How am I supposed to think about paperwork at a time like this, or those steps? And I say that because I wouldn't have thought of it. And I'm very procedural. I'm very, these are how you go about things, and this is, these are the next steps. But in those moments, I wasn't that person, because I was changed in those moments. I was changed when I lost my 2 children. And so I ask all of you to understand the mindset of someone who this bill is for. In that aspect, I also want to talk about the inclusion of 2S LGBTQ families who will not have biological connections, but nonetheless are parents. And they should have access to the leave. So so what we're proposing is that we include, because the code has no definition of family, this would be able to be interpreted broadly instead of narrowly as it is in this bill if these amendments were to pass. And so I think if we want to be inclusionary, losing the biological aspect of it and just parent is more inclusionary, and it's also more the truth, because biological doesn't mean much in these situations when you've lost a child. Having a biological connection doesn't mean much when it was going to be your baby. It was going to be your child. You had all these plans for this child. And so I ask my colleagues just to think about those things. as they go over these amendments. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll take my seat.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. Shall Clause 7 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 8 carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thanks, Mixed Chair. I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The committee motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. We'll take a short recess. I'll swap.
Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills. Bills 196, 198, 200, 204, 206, 207, 210, and 211 without amendments, and Bill 203 with certain amendments. And the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of the House.
Thank you. I recognize the order these bills be read a third time on a future day, the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. All of us, it's amazing. All of a sudden, now everyone likes me. It wasn't like that yesterday.
It was for me.
I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Wednesday, October 26, between the hours of 12 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. After late debate, government business will include second reading of bills 208, 212, 214, 215, 216, 219, 222, 223, 224, 225, 227, and 228. Tomorrow is also Opposition Day, so I will call on the Opposition Leader to call his opposition business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I figured I was the least most popular person in the House at this point, but thank you, Madam Chair. So for opposition business tomorrow, we'll be calling Bill number 223, Need a Family Practice Registry Accountability Act, and 217, the Residential Tenancies Act.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on October the 26th from 12 p.m. to 11:59 a.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until tomorrow at 12.